The first call I got from my younger sister, Lois, came just before our mother's funeral. Lois hadn't responded to any of my messages before that. She told me she had just returned from Hawaii with her husband, Keith, and brought me some chocolate souvenirs. I was furious at how thoughtless she was, especially since our mother had just passed away, so I yelled at her in front of the whole family. I told her, "You can have my husband, just get to the funeral already." Lois was shocked and replied with a confused "what?" from the other end of the phone. After giving her the funeral home address, I angrily hung up. I knew she would try calling back, so I turned off my phone, sat down in the family seating area, and tried to calm down. My name is Emily, and I'm 38 years old. I grew up in a family of 4, my parents, my younger sister Lois, and me. My parents were strict with me, the oldest, but they always spoiled Lois because of her pretty looks. Whenever Lois wanted something, she would give a sweet smile and say, "Emily, I want this." I would almost always give in, even though I regretted it. This pattern continued even as she grew older. Lois became very troublesome, and my father passed away 8 years ago. About 6 months ago, my mother was diagnosed with a terminal illness and had been in and out of the hospital. I married Keith, a senior colleague from my work, 2 years ago and moved into an apartment near my office. Over the last 6 months, I had been driving an hour each way to care for our sick mother while also working. Lois, however, had quit her job a year ago after breaking up with her boyfriend, and had moved back home. She kept telling me I was better at taking care of our mother and pushed the responsibility onto me. So, I took a month off work to look after her. Despite my efforts, she passed away 2 days ago. Where was Lois? She had gone to Hawaii a week before our mother passed, even though I begged her not to leave. At the funeral, after the priest finished speaking, friends and family began to pay their respects. It was clear how loved our mother was, because not only family but many of her friends also came to mourn. Even some of my colleagues from work showed up. One of them, Keith's father, the president of my company, was there, offering his condolences. He had been very supportive throughout my difficult time, but I couldn't find Keith anywhere at the funeral. Where was he? Keith had been on a business trip overseas since last week, and I couldn't reach him. "I see," my father-in-law said. "I'll ask the sales manager about it. Keith and I work in different departments, and he's in sales. He often complains that I'm always busy with my own work and business trips." I tried to understand that Keith wasn't here during this difficult time, but I was still worried about handling everything on my own, especially since I couldn't get in touch with him or my sister. Meanwhile, my father-in-law took time out of his busy schedule to come to the funeral, and his support almost made me cry. I was really grateful, but I had to hold back the tears as I sat in the limo heading to the crematory with the rest of the family. When I turned my phone back on, hoping Keith might have tried to contact me, I was shocked to see nearly 30 voicemails, most of them from Lois. In one, she yelled, "Answer your phone. You can't just make up ridiculous lies because you're upset that I took Keith from you." I was confused, but then it hit me. Lois and Keith were having an affair. My heart raced as I listened to more messages. One from Keith said, "I'm so sorry, but you're a strong woman. You can survive on your own, but I need to support Lois. Let's break up." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was like a line from a soap opera. I felt sick to my stomach, wishing I hadn't found out this way. Why did I have to learn that my husband and my sister were having an affair, and having a great time in Hawaii during my mother's funeral? I called Lois and told her, "You need to come right away if you want to say your final goodbye to Mom. We're already on the way to the crematory." Lois replied, "That's not funny. Stop lying. You're just bitter because I took Keith from you." I couldn't believe what she was saying. I told her, "But it's the truth. You must be upset about losing your husband." "Yeah, Keith is going to be the next company president, and he's rich. I understand how you feel, but there are good lies and bad lies, you know? You're an adult. You should know better." She shocked me when she said, "I never thought I'd hear that from you." Then she admitted, "I didn't know you and Keith had been cheating." I could tell Lois was happy about all of this. Ever since we were kids, she loved playing tricks on me and laughing when I fell for them. I sighed in frustration. This isn't the time for this. I told her again, "If you want to say your final goodbye to Mom, come now." Lois didn't listen. She asked, "Why do you have to bring up Dad?" Her voice sounded like she and Keith were having a discussion, and it seemed like they didn't expect me to mention him. Then, Keith took the phone. "Emily, is it true?" he asked. I replied, "If you don't believe me, do whatever you want. I'm hanging up now." After a while, we arrived at the crematory. This was my last chance to say goodbye to Mom, and my mind was a mess from everything that had happened over the last few days, plus the grief of losing her. I didn't know what to do anymore, and tears started running down my cheeks. Seeing me like this, one of my relatives patted my back and said, "Your mom would be so grateful to you, Emily, for taking care of her until the end." I stood in front of my mother's casket and said my final goodbye. "Mom, thank you for everything. I'm going to miss you so much." Just as the casket was being carried out for cremation, Lois and Keith rushed in. Lois screamed, "Wait, where's Mom?" When she saw the casket disappearing behind the doors, she tried to reach for it, but the doors shut mercilessly in front of her. "No, I haven't said goodbye to Mom yet," Lois wailed, and Keith stood behind her, stunned. "I told them, we need to move. You're disturbing everyone," Lois cried. "Why didn't you tell me, Emily? I couldn't see Mom at the end." "It's your fault." I was furious. "My fault? You should have listened when I told you how serious Mom's condition was. I can't even count how many times I explained it to you. Every time, you'd just say, 'I don't know how to handle this. I'll leave it to you, Emily.'" Lois snapped back. "It's your fault because you didn't explain things clearly enough." Even Keith started blaming me too. I glared at them. "Then what were you two doing all this time? You were on a romantic vacation in Hawaii, right?" The relatives were shocked and whispered among themselves. They had seen how Lois and Keith had been acting, and I'd been making excuses for them, so they wouldn't look bad. I looked at Mom's casket, apologizing in my mind. I had to clear things up now. "How long has this affair been going on? You knew I was taking time off to care for Mom." I was struggling and asked for help, but all you two did was have fun together, didn't you? Lois interrupted. "Enough, it's all your fault, Emily. You didn't keep Keith close enough." I was confused. "What are you talking about?" Keith spoke up. "You need to prioritize your husband more. He got bored at home because all you ever talked about was work and caregiving." Poor Keith. I glared at him, and he quickly looked away. "Emily, you managed to marry a rich future company president, and you got conceited. That's why I took him from you. You always do this, Emily." It hit me hard. "You've been doing this to me since high school, haven't you? Every time I had a boyfriend, Lois would steal them from me." The only time Lois didn't steal my boyfriend was with Keith, because she was already living with her boyfriend at the time. It was a shame, though. "Now," Lois said, "from now on, I'll be with Keith and become the future president's wife. So, break up with him." I was done. "Fine, you can have Keith. I'll divorce him." At that point, I didn't care about anything. When I decided to marry Keith, I had no idea he was the son of the company president. He had worked at a regional branch and then moved to headquarters, where I worked. Keith was smart, friendly, and quickly connected with everyone. I started to have feelings for him, and we began dating. Eventually, he proposed, and I happily accepted. I didn't find out his father was the president of the company until I visited his parents' house. It was a huge surprise. Keith said, "Promise me you won't come back later, begging for a divorce." I replied, "I won't do that." "You're sure you want to leave me?" "Yes, I am. If you leave me, no man will marry a workaholic like you. You know that, right?" I told him, "I can live my life however I want, on my own, but for today, please just say goodbye to Mom properly." Lois and Keith exchanged smirks, like they had won. My relatives watched with raised eyebrows, clearly uncomfortable. "I'm really sorry for showing such an unpleasant scene," I said, apologizing to my relatives. But then I heard Lois whisper, "You're always playing the good girl. I hate that about you." I had put up with so much, because she was my little sister, but I had had enough. I decided I was done considering her my sister. I was getting divorced from Keith and losing my family. All that was left was to prepare myself for that. I bit my lower lip hard. 2 weeks later, I had moved out of the apartment and into a new condo near my office. I even put my parents' house up for sale. There was nothing left. Lois moved in with Keith, and Keith and I had already completed our divorce papers and filed them. I'm sure Lois and Keith were happily starting their new life together. I smiled at my mother's portrait. The revenge begins now. Watch over me, Mom, I thought, picturing what would happen next. The next day, at work, I had a lot of voicemail messages on my phone. One of them was from Keith. "What's going on? We're divorced, right? Why do I have to pay $30,000? Anticipating that they might come to my new place, I decided to meet them at a local diner. As soon as we started talking, Keith was yelling, I got a document from a lawyer. What's this all about? We're already divorced, right? I was confused. Exactly. I don't understand either. I had asked a lawyer to claim $40,000 from Keith as my share of the property and $30,000 from Lois to cover her part of our mother's medical expenses. The documents must have arrived at their place, and they should have expected it, but they probably didn't. I was getting frustrated. You just need to pay what you owe, I said. That's not fair, Keith protested. Listen, don't think you can get away with what you've done. I've suffered a lot because of this. Should I sue you for emotional distress as well? Emotional distress? Keith muttered. You cheated, that's a fact, so pay up. They went quiet for a moment, probably realizing they couldn't argue with the law. Then, Lois finally spoke up, looking down at me. So, Emily, you're just after the money, huh? Fine, I'll let Keith pay. If I borrow money from Dad, we can easily get the $70,000. Keith, I know you don't have any savings. Lois added, Keith will be the president soon, then he'll be rich. It's just a bit of patience. Oh, Lois, you're after the money too, aren't you? No, I have plenty of love, she said. Dad has been staying for a long time, and he'll retire when he turns 65. So, in 2 years, I'll be the president's wife. Keith said, Really? It'd be great if you could really become the president. I'm definitely going to become one. I'm the only son, Keith replied. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I burst out laughing. You can't be serious, I said, laughing. I can't believe this, I heard Lois whisper. Has she lost it? But the real stage of my revenge was just beginning. I said, Keith, you've been missing work for a long time, saying it's because of the family funeral, right? Well, my mother-in-law is family too. That's true, but the company knows what you've actually been doing. Keith looked confused. You didn't know? Your father was kind enough to attend Mom's funeral. I didn't tell you this, but I had to inform the company and your father that you lied about taking family leave for caregiving, and instead, you went off to Hawaii with your mistress. Keith froze. You never did any caregiving at all. You have the gall to act so brazenly. You've even been off work with Lois during your business trips, haven't you? I reported that too. How did you find out? Keith asked, shocked. Lois has been posting photos on social media, showing where and when she went out, and there were a few pictures with you in them. How shocking, huh? Keith was stunned. You knew about my social media? I smiled. It's the same account you had back when you were in high school. Of course, I knew. Lois looked uncomfortable, and Keith was shocked by my words. Hey, is it true that Dad knows everything? Keith asked. I replied, just like my mother was family to you, your father considered her family too. Of course, he would know about the family funeral, because it had to be reported to the company. Even after the funeral, he cared about me and contacted me several times. I reported everything to him, and he's very angry. He also said he has no intention of making you the next president. Keith was stunned. But I'm his son. I continued, he said he doesn't remember ever saying that. Our company follows the principle of merit, not hereditary succession. He told me to tell you that he doesn't need a son who acts so disloyally. I smiled quietly as their faces turned pale. And by the way, I'm becoming the president starting next month. Keith and Lois were both shocked. What? Keith said, in disbelief. I just received the official notice from the president and my superiors. I've been appointed as the new president. There's no way they'll let you become president. Keith frantically called his father, and Lois watched anxiously. Lois whispered, So, Emily is becoming the president? If I'd known that, I wouldn't have stolen you from her. But you said you loved me, including my money. I couldn't stand their squabbling, so I stood up and said, if you want to fight, do it somewhere else. Oh, and I'll be expecting the payment, thanks. As I turned to leave, I heard them begging, please don't abandon me. Please support me, sis. I ignored them, sidestepping their desperate attempts for help, and left the place. Afterward, the two of them ended up getting a divorce. My ex-husband, Keith, was demoted by his father and eventually quit his job. Now, he works part-time jobs every day to pay off what he owes me. Lois started working in a bar at night. She did well at first, but was tricked by a bad man and ended up in a terrible situation. As for me, I became the president, though it's for a small company that's a tenant in the main company's building. It's a subsidiary in the caregiving industry, which was created based on a proposal I submitted while I was on caregiving leave. The caregiving business is expected to grow, and I'm expected to do well. I'll do my best from now on.
The call came while I was changing Mum's bedsheets for the third time that day. Another accident, another mess, another reminder that this was my life now. The lawyer's voice was crisp and professional, informing me that the will reading would take place next Thursday at 2 p.m. I'm Sabrina, and I've spent the last decade watching my sister live the life I was supposed to have while I changed diapers and counted pills. "Did you reach Zara?" I asked, tucking the phone between my ear and shoulder as I continued wrestling with the fitted sheet. "Yes. She's flying in from Los Angeles tomorrow. She mentioned something about bringing an interior designer." My hand froze mid-tuck. Of course she was. The bodies weren't even cold yet. "Thank you, Vanessa. I'll be there." The moment I hung up, my phone buzzed with a text from Zara. "Think that awful wallpaper in the dining room can come down before I get there." I stared at the yellow flowers Mum had picked out 20 years ago. The paper was peeling at the corners. I'd meant to fix it, but between Dad's heart medication schedule and Mum's deteriorating condition, home improvements had fallen to the bottom of a very long list. A knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. It was Nolan from next door holding a casserole dish. "Thought you might need this," he said, his eyes kind. "You look exhausted." "Thanks," I managed a weak smile. "Want to come in? I just made coffee." He followed me to the kitchen, where bills and medical paperwork covered every surface. I quickly swept them into a pile, knocking over a photo frame in the process. Nolan caught it before it hit the ground. "Your sister's wedding?" he asked, studying the image of Zara in her designer gown, beaming while our parents gazed at her adoringly. I wasn't in the photo. I'd been in the bathroom helping Mum through another episode when it was taken. "Yeah." I poured coffee into 2 chipped mugs. "The day she married that tech CEO and moved to California. Mum talked about it for months." "While you were here doing the heavy lifting," Nolan said quietly. I shrugged. Someone had to do it. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Zara. "BTW, the realtor, says the house could fetch $750K with the right renovations. Thinking of converting your room into a home gym." Nolan must have seen something change in my face. "Everything okay?" "Just Zara being Zara." I set the phone face down. "She's already planning renovations." "But the house isn't even..." He trailed off, realization dawning. "They left it to her, didn't they?" I took a long sip of coffee. "The will reading is next week, but yeah. Mum made that clear enough before she passed. Zara will take care of everything," she said, as if I hadn't been the one taking care of everything for the past 10 years. "That's not right," Nolan frowned. "You've lived here, maintained the place, cared for them. If only he knew." The memory of that day 10 years ago flashed through my mind, sitting in the lawyer's office, signing the papers that would transfer ownership of the house to a blind trust, using every penny of my savings and the small inheritance from my grandmother. Mom and Dad had been about to lose it, drowning in medical bills. They never knew where the miracle came from, never questioned how the foreclosure notice suddenly disappeared. They just praised Zara for sending them a few $100s every Christmas. My phone rang again. This time it was Reese, my cousin. "Have you seen Zara's Instagram?" she demanded without preamble. I pulled up the app. There was my sister, posed in first class, caption reading, "Flying home to take care of family business. So blessed to carry on Mom and Dad's legacy. Farsham blessed iktami inheritance with family matters." "I'm going to be sick," I muttered. "You have to tell them," Reese insisted. "At the will reading, you have to tell them the truth about the house." "Not yet." I watched a moving truck pull up outside, probably the one Zara hired to clear out her house. "Everything has to be perfect. The timing, the paperwork, everything. After hanging up, I walked through the house, touching the walls that had witnessed a decade of sacrifice. The dining room with its peeling wallpaper, where Mum had thrown tantrums when I served dinner 10 minutes late. The living room where Dad had accused me of trying to control their lives when I suggested hiring help. The kitchen where Zara had stood during her brief visits, making grand promises she never kept. Soon, they would all know. But for now, I just smiled and started cleaning the guest room for my sister's arrival. After all, what was one more week of pretending when I'd been doing it for 10 years? Zara's arrival was exactly as I expected, a whirlwind of designer luggage and artificial tears. She swept into the house like she already owned it, which I suppose she thought she did. "Oh, Sabrina!" She threw her arms around me, her expensive perfume choking the air. "Can you believe they're really gone?" Behind her, 2 men in polo shirts carried measuring tapes and tablets. "The contractors," she explained, wiping away tears that hadn't smudged her perfect makeup. "Just getting some preliminary estimates. For later, of course." She pressed her hand to her heart. "When it's appropriate." I watched them start measuring the foyer. "You didn't waste any time. Darling, I'm just being practical. Someone has to think about the future." She glanced around critically. "Though I have to say, you really let things slide here. What happened to the antique mirror?" "We sold it to pay for Dad's heart medication." "Oh," she waved her hand dismissively. "You should have called me. I would have sent money." Like the time Mum needed dental surgery and Zara sent thoughts and prayers instead of the promised check. I bit my tongue. The doorbell rang. More mourners bearing casseroles and sympathy. Mrs. Peterson from church rushed to embrace Zara. "You poor dear," she cooed, "flying all this way to handle everything. Such a dedicated daughter." I slipped away to the kitchen, where I found one of the contractors opening cabinets. "Excuse me," I said sharply. "What are you doing?" "Just checking the potential for a kitchen expansion," he replied. "Miss Zara wants to know if we can knock down this wall." "Get out!" My voice was quiet but firm. "Now!" He looked uncertain, but something in my face made him retreat. I leaned against the counter, breathing deeply when I heard voices from the study. "Just need to find it," Zara was saying. "Mum told me there were important papers in here somewhere." I rounded the corner to find her rifling through Dad's desk drawers. "Looking for something?" She jumped, then composed herself. "Just trying to help get organised, sister dear. There's so much to do." "I'll handle the papers," I said. "Why don't you go entertain your guests?" Her eyes narrowed slightly, but her smile stayed fixed. "Always the responsible one, aren't you? Must be nice, having had all this time with them at the end." "Time?" I laughed, the sound harsh even to my own ears. "You mean while I watched our father forget my name? While I cleaned up after Mum's accidents? While I worked from home at night to pay for—" I stopped myself. "Pay for what?" "Nothing." I turned away, but Zara grabbed my arm. "You know, I never understood why you stayed. You could have had a life, a career. Nobody asked you to martyr yourself." A memory flashed. Mum's dance recital, me age 12, Zara 8. I'd practiced for weeks, but Mum missed my performance to take Zara shopping for new shoes. "You'll have other recitals," she said. Zara needed me more. The doorbell rang again, saving me from responding. This time it was Reese, carrying a box of old photos. "Found these at my mum's," she announced. "Thought you might want them for the memorial service." Zara immediately took charge. "Perfect. I'll handle the photo displays. I'm thinking of having some blown up for the entrance." While she chatted, I noticed something fall from between the photos. A torn piece of paper with Mum's handwriting. I picked it up quickly, making out only a few words. "Tell Sabrina the truth about—" The rest was torn away. "What's that?" Zara asked sharply. I shoved it in my pocket. "Just an old receipt." Later that night, after Zara left for her hotel. "This house is so depressing now, I simply can't sleep here. Reese stayed to help me clean up. I saw you pocket that note, she said quietly. What did it say? Not enough. I pulled it out, studying the torn edges. But Mum was keeping secrets, and I think they have something to do with why Zara was always the favourite, Reese finished. I need to find the rest of this note. Be careful, Sabrina. You're playing a dangerous game here. If Zara suspects anything about the house, she won't. I walked to the window, watching the contractor's van finally pull away. Not until it's too late. My phone buzzed. A message from Vanessa. Documents you requested are ready. Meeting tomorrow? Perfect timing, I texted back, then turned to Reese. Want to help me look through some old papers? There might be more surprises hidden in Dad's study. You're really going through with this, aren't you? I thought about the measuring tapes, the contractors, the casual way Zara had started dismantling our parents' home before they were even in the ground. Watch me, I said, and started toward the study. The morning sun filtered through Dad's study windows as I sifted through decades of paperwork. Reese had left hours ago, but I couldn't sleep. Something about that torn note kept nagging at me. A knock at the door made me jump. Nolan stood there with 2 coffee cups and a concerned expression. Thought, you might need this, he said, handing me one. I saw your light on all night. Thanks. I gestured at the mess of papers surrounding me. Just trying to get organised before the will reading tomorrow. He picked up a photo from the desk. Me at my college graduation. I remember when you first moved back here, he said quietly. You had such big plans. Yeah, well, life had other plans. Did it? He set down the photo. Or did Zara? Before I could respond, the front door burst open. Speaking of the devil. Sabrina, Zara's voice echoed through the house. The estate agent is here. I found them in the living room. Zara and a woman in a sharp business suit who was already taking photos with her tablet. What's going on? I demanded. Just getting some preliminary listings ready, Zara said brightly. The market's hot right now and... Get out. The words came out like ice. Excuse me? The will hasn't even been read yet. You can't just... Oh, honey. Zara's smile was pure condescension. We both know how this ends. Mum and Dad made their wishes very clear. The estate agent looked uncomfortable. Perhaps I should come back? No need, said Nolan, who had followed me in. I'm sure Miss Zara can show you out now. Something in his tone made Zara pause. She shooed the agent away, then turned to me with narrowed eyes. What's he doing here anyway? Getting awfully cozy with my inheritance, aren't you? He's a friend, I said. Something you might recognise if you'd been here more than twice a year. I had a life to build, a career. I couldn't just... Couldn't what? Help? Care? Show up when they actually needed you? Girls? A new voice interrupted our standoff. Reese stood in the doorway, holding a dusty box. Found something interesting in the attic. Inside were old VHS tapes labelled with dates. We gathered around as Nolan hooked up Dad's ancient player to the TV. The first tape showed a family Christmas. I was 16, Zara 12. Mum was opening a gift from me, a handmade photo album I'd spent months creating. Oh, she said on the video, barely glancing at it. That's nice, dear. Then, brightening, Zara, open yours next. I watched my teenage self try to hide her hurt as Mum fawned over Zara's store-bought card. Turn it off, I said quietly. Wait, Reese pointed at the screen. Look. In the background, Dad was on the phone looking agitated. The camera caught snippets. Can't keep hiding this. She deserves to... Before Mum rushed over and made him hang up. Hiding what? Zara demanded. My phone rang, making us all jump. It was Vanessa. Sabrina? I found something in your father's old messages. He tried to call you about 3 weeks before. Before he died, I finished. What did he say? The message was unclear, but he mentioned something about making things right and telling the truth about the house. My heart stopped. Did he know? Had he discovered the trust? What truth about the house? Zara was suddenly beside me, having obviously overheard. I have to go, I told Vanessa quickly, hanging up. Sabrina. Zara's voice was dangerous. What aren't you telling me? Nothing. I stood up. I need some air. Outside, Nolan followed me to the porch swing. You know something, he said. It wasn't a question. Everyone in this family has secrets, I replied. Some are just better hidden than others. Is this about what I saw that day, when Zara was screaming at your mum? I turned to him sharply. What? 2 years ago. Zara thought no one was around, but I was in my garden. She was furious about something, telling your mum she'd ruined everything by keeping quiet all these years. Inside, I could hear Zara and Reese arguing over the VHS tapes. Tomorrow was the will reading. Tomorrow, everything would change. Nolan, I said carefully. After tomorrow, things might get ugly. You might want to distance yourself. He took my hand, surprising me. I've watched you carry this family for 10 years. Maybe it's time someone helped carry you. My phone buzzed. Another message from Vanessa. Final will copy attached. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Yes, I typed back. It's time. When I looked up, Nolan was watching me with knowing eyes. Whatever you're planning, he said softly, just be careful. Revenge has a way of burning everyone it touches. Good thing I'm already used to playing with fire, I replied, and headed back inside to face my sister. I was in the kitchen making tea when I heard Zara's voice floating through the open window. She was in the backyard, phone pressed to her ear, thinking she was alone. Listen, Marcus, I don't care about the sentimental value, she hissed. Once this dump is mine, we're flipping it. The land alone is worth a fortune. No, my sister won't be a problem. She's always been pathetically passive. My hand tightened around the mug. Through the window, I watched her pace the garden Mum had loved so much. Of course, I feel bad about kicking her out, Zara continued, but business is business. Besides, she chose to waste 10 years here. That's not my fault. The kitchen door creaked and Reese walked in. She opened her mouth to speak, but I held up a finger, pointing to the window. The best part? Zara laughed. Mum and Dad practically handed it to me. They never even questioned where the money came from when the house was saved from foreclosure. Just assumed their golden child had pulled strings somehow. Reese's eyes widened. She moved closer to listen. Trust me, by next month this place will be bulldozed and subdivided. I already have developers lined up. What? No, Sabrina has no idea. She's probably already browsing apartment listings. The sound of breaking ceramic made us both jump. I'd gripped the mug so hard it shattered, sending hot tea everywhere. Shit, I whispered, grabbing a towel. Outside, Zara was wrapping up her call. Are you okay? Reese asked, helping me clean up. No. I showed her my shaking hands. But I will be. The back door opened and Zara breezed in, her fake smile firmly in place. Oh, what happened here? Still so clumsy, Sabrina? Just like old times, I said evenly. Remember when I dropped Mum's favourite vase? The one you actually broke but blamed on me? Her smile flickered. Ancient history. Speaking of which, I've been thinking about what to do with Mum's jewellery collection. You mean the one she already gave you pieces from every Christmas while I got discount department store scarves? Someone's feeling bitter, Zara sang, opening the fridge. Maybe if you'd made something of yourself instead of playing nursemaid? That's enough. Reese stepped forward. You have no idea what she sacrificed. Please, Zara cut her off. Spare me the martyr narrative. Nobody forced her to stay. My phone buzzed. A text from Vanessa. Final will confirmed. Everything goes to Zara as expected. But the trust documents are ready too. Tomorrow? Perfect, I texted back. More secrets? Zara was watching me. You've been awfully cozy with the lawyer lately. Just finalising details, I said. Speaking of which, don't you have a meeting with your contractors? She checked her watch. Right. The kitchen designer is coming to discuss removing these awful cabinets. After she left, Reese turned to me. How are you so calm? After what we just heard, because tomorrow everything changes. I pulled out Dad's old phone, the one with his final message. Want to hear something interesting? I played the voicemail. Sabrina, it's Dad. There's something you need to know about the house. About why we... I can't keep this secret anymore. Call me back. Please. He knew, Reese breathed. About the trust? No. I set the phone down. I think he knew something else. Something about why they always favoured Zara. A knock at the door interrupted us. It was Nolan, looking troubled. You need to see this, he said, holding up his phone. It showed a social media post from Zara. A photo of the house with the caption, "Can't wait to transform this outdated property into luxury condos. Sometimes the best family legacy is knowing when to let go of the past. Real estate dreams. Shattered new beginnings." She's not even trying to hide it anymore, Reese said, because she thinks she's already won. I walked to the window, watching a new set of contractors measuring the yard. She has no idea what's coming. Sabrina, Nolan's voice was gentle. Are you sure about tomorrow? Once you do this... Listen, I turned to face them both. For 10 years, I watched them dismiss everything I did. I paid bills, cleaned messes, sacrificed my career, my relationships, everything. And Zara swooped in with empty promises and got all the credit. But no, tomorrow isn't just about revenge. It's about justice. It's about truth. I pulled out the property documents I'd been keeping hidden. And the truth is, this house has been mine all along. They just never bothered to notice who really saved it. My phone buzzed again. Vanessa confirming the time for tomorrow's reading. As I replied, I heard Zara's voice floating up from the yard again, already making demolition plans. Let her plan, I said quietly. By this time tomorrow, she'll learn what it feels like to lose everything she thought was guaranteed. Reese and Nolan exchanged looks but said nothing. They didn't have to. Tomorrow would say everything that needed to be said. The memory of that day, 10 years ago, hit me as I prepared for tomorrow's will reading. I was sitting in the bank, staring at my grandmother's inheritance check, my last chance to save the house. Are you sure about this? Reese had asked, sitting beside me. It's everything you have. I remembered Mum's voice on the phone that morning, crying about the foreclosure notice. Dad's heart medication had drained their savings. They were about to lose everything. Miss? The bank manager's voice pulled me back. The trust paperwork is ready. My hands shook as I signed. The house would be mine, held in a blind trust. But I'd never tell them. Let them think it was a miracle. Let them praise Zara's occasional checks that barely covered groceries. Now, a decade later, I stood in that same house, preparing the documents that would reveal everything. Earth to Sabrina. Reese waved her hand in front of my face. Where'd you go just now? Sorry. I straightened the papers on the dining room table. Just, thinking about... The front door burst open. Zara swept in with a group of well-dressed women. And this, she announced, will be the main entertaining space once we knock down these walls. The natural light is terrible now, but with floor-to-ceiling windows... Excuse me, I interrupted. What's going on? Oh, Zara turned, feigning surprise. Sabrina, dear, I didn't know you'd be home. I'm just giving my interior design team a tour. You don't mind, do you? One of the women was already taking measurements. Another was picking at the wallpaper, making disapproving noises. Actually, I do mind. Don't be difficult, Zara sighed. The will reading is tomorrow. We might as well get started on plans. Get out! My voice was steel. All of you. Sabrina. Now. Something in my tone made the designers shuffle uncomfortably. They filed out, leaving Zara glaring at me. What is wrong with you? She hissed. You're embarrassing me in front of my team. Your team? I laughed. This isn't your house yet. Please. She rolled her eyes. We both know what Mom and Dad's will says. Stop being so dramatic. My phone rang. Vanessa again. Everything's set for tomorrow, she said. Are you ready? More than ready. After hanging up, I found Zara studying me. You're up to something. Am I? You've been weird ever since the funeral. All these secret calls, meetings with the lawyer. Worried? Her eyes narrowed. Should I be? The doorbell interrupted us. This time it was Nolan carrying a box of old photos I'd asked him to store. Perfect timing, I said, taking the box. Want to help me set up for tomorrow? Actually, Zara cut in, Nolan, I'd love your input on the renovation plans. As a neighbour, you should have a say in how we improve the property value around here. Thanks, he said coolly. But I like the house exactly as it is. Zara's phone chimed. She checked it and smiled. Well, enjoy it while you can. My contractors just confirmed they can start demolition next week. After she clicked away in her designer heels, Reese emerged from the kitchen. Next week? She's not even pretending anymore. Good. I opened the box Nolan brought. Makes tomorrow even sweeter. Sabrina, Reese's voice was serious. What exactly did you do? 10 years ago? I pulled out the trust documents, showing them the dates, the signatures, the legal framework I'd built so carefully. Holy shit, Nolan whispered, reading. You really own everything. Have since before Dad's first heart attack. Every mortgage payment, every repair, every property tax, all me. But the money, Reese started. Grandmother's inheritance, my savings, extra jobs I took online while they slept. I kept this place afloat while Zara sent Christmas cards and empty promises. And tomorrow? Nolan asked. Tomorrow, the truth comes out. All of it. As if on cue, we heard Zara's voice floating down from upstairs, giving more tours to more designers. The sound of her heels on the hardwood floors Mum had loved so much echoed through the house. You know she'll fight this, Reese warned. Let her try. I spread the documents across the table. Everything's legal. Everything's documented. She can't touch this. And your parents? Nolan asked quietly. What would they think? I thought about Mum's dismissive waves, Dad's constant criticism, their endless praise of Zara's smallest gestures, while my sacrifices went unnoticed. They made their choice, I said. Tomorrow, everyone learns they made the wrong one. My phone buzzed one final time. Vanessa confirming the morning meeting. I looked around the house that had been secretly mine for a decade, listening to Zara's plans to destroy it echoing from above. Time for bed, I said, gathering the papers. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. Need company? Reese offered. No. I smiled, feeling calmer than I had in years. I think I'll sleep just fine tonight. The doorbell rang at dawn. I opened it to find Hazel, Mum's oldest friend, looking pale and determined. We need to talk, she said, pushing past me into the house. Before the will reading, before you do whatever you're planning to do. How did you... I've known you since you were born, Sabrina. I know that look in your eyes. She sat at the kitchen table. And I know why your parents favoured Zara. My hands froze on the coffee pot. What? Sit down. Her voice was gentle but firm. There's something you need to know. I sat, my heart pounding. Hazel pulled out an old envelope. Your mother gave me this years ago. Made me promise to destroy it, but... She slid it across the table. I couldn't. Inside was a letter, dated the year before I was born. My hand shook as I read. Dearest Hazel, I'm pregnant. Keith doesn't know it wasn't planned, doesn't know about Thomas. The guilt is eating me alive. Thomas? I looked up. Who's Thomas? Your biological father. Hazel's eyes were sad. Your mother had a brief affair. When she found out she was pregnant, she confessed everything to your father. He agreed to raise you as his own, but he never really did he? They tried, but every time they looked at you, they saw their mistake. Zara was their fresh start, their chance to be the perfect family. The room spun. Every dismissive gesture, every missed recital, every comparison to Zara, it all made horrible sense. Does Zara know? No one knows except me. And now you. My phone buzzed, Reese asking if I was ready for today. I ignored it. Why? Tell me now. Because you deserve to know why. Before you do whatever you're planning with that house. Hazel reached for my hand. I saw what you did for them, Sabrina. All these years, taking care of the people who couldn't love you the way you deserved. Stop. I pulled away, standing up. Just stop. Sabrina. They let me give up everything. My voice cracked. My career, my relationships, my whole life. And all because what? I was their shameful secret? They were wrong, Hazel said firmly, but revenge won't heal this. The front door opened. Zara's voice carried through the house. Hello? The contractors are here to do final measurements before tomorrow's demolition. Hazel watched me carefully. What are you going to do? I pulled out my phone, bringing up the trust documents. Exactly what I planned. But now I understand why I had to. Zara appeared in the doorway. Oh, Hazel, perfect. You can help me decide on paint colours for... Sabrina, are you crying? I wiped my eyes quickly. Just emotional about the will reading. Oh, honey. Her fake sympathy was suffocating. I know it's hard, but you'll find a nice apartment. Maybe this is your chance to finally start living. Hazel's sharp intake of breath was audible. You're right, I said, standing straighter. It is my chance. My phone buzzed again. Vanessa confirming everything was ready. The will reading was in 3 hours. Hazel, I said quietly, thank you for telling me, but it doesn't change anything. What are you two talking about? Zara demanded. Nothing that concerns you. I gathered my papers. Yet, after they left, I sat in Dad's old study, looking at photos on the wall. I could see it now. The way they always positioned Zara in the centre, the way they touched her with easy affection while maintaining careful distance from me. Nolan found me there an hour later. You okay? He asked. You look like you've seen a ghost. Several. I showed him the letter. As he read, his face darkened. Jesus, Sabrina! Funny thing is, I said, it almost makes it easier, knowing there was a reason, knowing it wasn't just me being unlovable. You were never unlovable. His voice was fierce. They were just too broken to see it. My phone alarm chimed. 1 hour until the will reading. Ready? He asked. I looked around the study, at the life built on secrets and shame, at the house I'd saved while they praised Zara, at the walls that had witnessed a decade of invisible sacrifice. You know what's strange? I stood gathering my documents. I thought knowing this would make me angrier, make the revenge sweeter. And, instead, it just makes me sad, but not sad enough to stop. Sabrina. They had 10 years to tell me the truth, to acknowledge what I did for them, to see me. I straightened my shoulders. Now, they'll have to see everything. The sound of Zara's contractors measuring for demolition echoed through the house. In 1 hour, they'd learn whose house they were really planning to destroy. Let's go, I said. It's time to rewrite the ending to this family story. Vanessa's office was packed. Distant relatives I hadn't seen in years, family friends, and, of course, Zara holding court in the centre of it all. It's just so emotional, she was saying, dabbing at dry eyes. Carrying on Mum and Dad's legacy. I sat quietly between Nolan and Reese, watching the performance. Hazel caught my eye from across the room, her expression worried. Shall we begin? Vanessa's voice cut through the chatter. She opened a thick folder. I'll start with the basic provisions. I tuned out the legal jargon, watching Zara's face instead. She was practically glowing as Vanessa listed the assets. The house, the savings, Mum's jewellery collection, everything going to her. And, finally, Vanessa continued, the family residence at 1542 Maple Street is hereby bequeathed to Zara. Wonderful, Zara interrupted. Now, about the timeline for taking possession. I'm not finished, Vanessa said firmly. There's an additional matter. The room went quiet. This was it. What additional matter? Zara's smile faltered. Vanessa pulled out another set of documents. It appears the house in question has been owned by a blind trust since 2013. The trust's sole beneficiary is... She paused, looking directly at Zara. Sabrina. The silence was deafening. That's impossible, Zara laughed. Mom and Dad owned the house. No, I said quietly, and they didn't. Not for the past 10 years. What are you talking about? I stood up, taking the documents from Vanessa. Remember when the bank was about to foreclose? When Dad's medical bills were too much? That miracle money that saved the house? Of course. I sent them. You sent nothing. My voice was steel. I bought the house. Every penny of my inheritance, every cent I'd saved. I put it in a blind trust to protect them, to let them keep their dignity. You're lying. Zara's face was white. The trust documents are quite clear, Vanessa interjected. Sabrina has been the legal owner since 2013. The property was never your parents' to bequeath. The room erupted in whispers. Aunt Margaret was clutching her pearls. Uncle Robert was suddenly very interested in his shoes. But the contractors, Zara stammered, the demolition plans are cancelled, I finished. You can't tear down a house you don't own. This is a trick. Zara stood up, shaking. Daddy would never. Dad never knew, I cut in. Neither did Mum. They were too busy praising you for sending Christmas cards while I kept them from losing everything. I'll fight this, she hissed. I'll get lawyers. It's ironclad, Vanessa said. The trust was properly established, all paperwork in order. The house belongs to Sabrina. Reese stood up beside me. All those years, you swooped in for holidays, took the credit, played the perfect daughter, while Sabrina worked 3 jobs to keep the lights on. I had my own life, Zara shouted. My career. I couldn't just... No, I said quietly. You couldn't, but I did. I gave up everything, and you know what the funny thing is? They still loved you more. The room went silent again. Hazel made a small sound like a stifled sob. What are you talking about? Zara whispered. Ask Hazel, I said. Ask her about Thomas, about why they could never quite look me in the eye. Hazel stood up, trembling. Sabrina, please. No more secrets, I said firmly. No more pretending. Zara looked between us, realization dawning on her face. You mean you're not... Not Dad's daughter? No, just the mistake they tried to hide, the one who gave up everything to take care of them anyway. The room exploded into chaos. Relatives arguing, Zara screaming about lawyers, Hazel trying to explain. But I felt strangely calm. The house is mine, I announced over the noise. You have until the end of the week to remove your contractor's equipment and cancel any demolition plans. You can't do this to me, Zara shrieked. I'm not doing anything to you, I replied. I'm just finally claiming what's been mine all along. I turned to leave, but Zara grabbed my arm. Wait, where am I supposed to go? What about my plans? I looked at her perfectly manicured nails digging into my skin, remembered every dismissive comment, every time she took credit for my sacrifices. Not my problem, I said, pulling free. Maybe try getting a real job instead of demolishing other people's homes. As I walked out, Nolan beside me, I heard Zara's voice rising in hysteria behind us. This isn't over! I'll fight this! Let her, I said to Nolan. The truth always wins in the end. Outside, the sun was setting behind the house. My house. For the first time in 10 years, I felt like I could finally breathe. The letters started arriving 3 days after the will reading. Some supportive, some scathing, all with opinions about what I'd done. Aunt Margaret called me ruthless. Uncle Robert said he was proud. Cousin David wanted to know if I'd sell him the house at a family discount. I was sorting through them at the kitchen table when the doorbell rang. Zara stood there, looking different, no designer clothes, no perfect makeup. Can I come in? Her voice was small. I stepped aside, watching her take in the house with new eyes. The peeling wallpaper Mum had loved, the creaky step Dad had promised to fix, the dining room where I'd served countless meals that were never quite good enough. I talked to Hazel, she said finally, about everything. And why didn't you ever tell me? About Thomas, about buying the house, any of it. Would you have believed me? I poured 2 cups of coffee. Or would you have run to Mom and Dad with another reason why I was trying to ruin their perfect family? She flinched. I didn't know. You didn't want to know. I pushed a cup toward her. It was easier to take the credit, wasn't it? I'm selling my condo in LA, she said abruptly. Cancelling the development plans cost me the investors. I'm basically broke. That sounds like a you problem. Jesus, Sabrina, she slumped in her chair. What do you want from me? An apology? Fine, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't here. I'm sorry they loved me more. I'm sorry. Stop. I set down my cup. You still don't get it. This isn't about them loving you more. It's about you letting me carry everything while you took the bow. A knock at the door interrupted us. It was Nolan carrying paint samples. Oh, he said, seeing Zara. I can come back. No, stay. I took the samples. We're just finishing up. You're repainting? Zara asked. Starting with the dining room. I spread out the colours. That awful wallpaper is finally coming down. Mum loved that wallpaper. Mum loved a lot of things that weren't good for anyone. Zara stood up suddenly. I should go. I have a job interview. Really? Entry-level office work. She laughed bitterly. Quite a step down from real estate developer. As she reached the door, she turned back. The trust fund. When did you actually set it up? The day after Dad threw out my college acceptance letters, I said quietly. Said they couldn't afford it, needed the money for your art school instead. I realised then that I had to protect myself. She nodded slowly. Smart. Smarter than anyone gave you credit for. After she left, Nolan helped me start stripping the wallpaper. Each tear revealed another layer of the past. You okay? He asked. I'm getting there. The doorbell rang again. This time it was Reese carrying a bottle of wine. Saw Zara leaving, she said. Thought you might need this. We sat on the floor among scattered wallpaper pieces, passing the bottle around. What now? Reese asked. Now? I looked around the room. Now I make this place mine. For real this time? Need help? Nolan offered. Actually, I pulled out some papers. I'm thinking of turning the upstairs into a small counselling centre. For caregivers, people stuck in family obligations. Already talked to a few therapists interested in renting space. Taking something broken and making it help people, Reese smiled. That's very you. My phone buzzed. A text from Zara. Found Mom's old photo albums. There's one of just you as a baby. Want it? Yes, I typed back. Then added, thank you. Healing doesn't mean forgetting, Nolan said, reading over my shoulder. No, I agreed, but it means choosing what to keep. We worked until sunset, clearing away decades of other people's choices. With each strip of wallpaper, each box of memories sorted, I felt lighter. Hey, Reese called from the kitchen. Look what I found. It was an old dance recital photo, me at 12, the one Mom missed for Zara's shoe shopping. But there was something I'd never noticed before. In the background, Dad was there, watching. Just watching. Maybe they saw more than we thought, Nolan suggested. Maybe, I said, putting the photo aside. But I'm done living for their approval. The setting sun painted the walls gold, highlighting the bare spots where Mom's wallpaper had been. Tomorrow, I'd paint these walls my own colours. Tonight, I had good wine, true friends, and finally, a home that was truly mine. To new beginnings. Reese raised her glass. No, I corrected, looking around at my perfectly imperfect kingdom. To claiming what was always ours.
Grandma Ruth's hands trembled as she gripped my wrists across the engagement party's elaborately decorated table. Her eyes, usually warm and gentle, burned with an intensity I'd never seen before. The string quartet's melody faded into background noise as she leaned forward, her voice barely above a whisper. The shadows, Lydia. They linger behind him like hungry wolves. I'm Lydia, and this was supposed to be the happiest day of my life. Instead, my grandmother had just turned my perfect engagement party into something from a Gothic novel. Grandma, please, I whispered back, conscious of the curious glances from nearby guests. This isn't the time. Time is exactly what we're running out of, dear. Her grip tightened. I've seen what lies ahead. That man, he's not what he seems. The crystal champagne glasses clinked around us as Mason, my fiancé, worked the room with his signature charm. I watched him laugh with my brother Sam, their shoulders touching as they shared some private joke. Mason caught my eye and winked, his perfect smile making my heart flutter despite Grandma's warning. He's good, isn't he? Grandma Ruth's words cut through my thoughts. Making everyone believe. Your brother doesn't see it yet, but he will. The doubt's already there, like a seed waiting to sprout. I pulled my hands away. That's enough. Mason's done nothing but support me and my business. He believes in me. Oh, child. She shook her head slowly. He believes in what you can give him. There's a difference. Mother appeared behind Grandma Ruth, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Mom, you're upsetting Lydia. This is her special day. Julia, you feel it too. Don't deny it. Grandma turned to face my mother. The way he looked at Lydia's financial statements last week, like a fox eyeing the hen house. My chest tightened. You're being ridiculous. Mason's a financial advisor. Of course he'd be interested in my business records. A little too interested. Sam's voice joined in as he approached our table. His earlier jovial expression had vanished. Did you know he asked me about your investment portfolio yesterday? He's my fiancé, I snapped, louder than intended. Several heads turned our way. We're planning a future together. These things matter. Nate, my accountant and oldest friend, appeared at my elbow with fresh champagne. His timing was perfect, or terrible, depending on how you looked at it. Everything okay here? Perfectly fine, I said, but my voice cracked. Just my family sharing their delightful opinions about my future husband. Nate's eyes met mine, and I saw something there. Concern, maybe? He'd been oddly quiet since I'd announced the engagement 2 months ago. "The shadows are gathering," Grandma Ruth announced, her voice carrying across nearby tables. "Mark my words, there will be tears before winter's end." Mason chose that moment to return, sliding his arm around my waist. "What's this about shadows?" His laugh was easy, confident. "Surely we're celebrating light and love today." I felt Grandma Ruth's eyes boring into us both. The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees as she stood, her small frame somehow filling the space between us. "Behind that smile of yours," she said, each word sharp as glass, "there's nothing but darkness. And my Lydia, she's too precious for your games." Mason's arm tightened around me. "Mrs. Thompson, I understand you're protective of Lydia, but—" "No, you don't understand," she cut him off. "But you will. When everything you've built comes crashing down, remember this moment. Remember I saw you coming." She turned and walked away, leaving a wake of whispers and shocked faces. Mother hurried after her, while Sam stood frozen, his expression unreadable. Mason laughed it off, but his hand trembled slightly against my hip. "Well, that was dramatic. Shall we cut the cake?" I nodded mechanically, but as we walked toward the elaborate 3-tiered cake, I couldn't shake the chill that had settled in my bones. Because for just a moment, when Grandma Ruth had made her proclamation, I'd seen something flicker across Mason's face. Fear. And Grandma Ruth had never, not once in her 78 years, been wrong about these things. The morning after the engagement party, Sam cornered me in my workshop. I was sorting through a shipment of raw gemstones, but my hands kept fumbling the pieces. 3 sapphires had already slipped through my fingers, scattering across the wooden workbench. "We need to talk about Mason," Sam said, closing the door behind him. "If this is about Grandma's performance last night, it's not just that." He pulled out his phone, scrolling through something. "Remember how Mason said he played Division I football at Stanford? I set down a particularly valuable emerald. Of course, he was their starting quarterback for 2 seasons. Funny thing about that." Sam's voice had that edge he used when dismantling someone's financial strategy. "I called my college roommate. He's coaching there now. Mason Carter never played for Stanford. Not a single game." The emerald rolled off the workbench. I didn't move to catch it. "That's impossible. He has photos. From high school games, if you look closely." "Lydia, I've been digging. His investment firm? It's registered to a P.O. box in Delaware. The office address he gave you? It's a virtual workspace that anyone can rent by the hour." My throat felt like sandpaper. "You investigated my fiancé? Someone had to." He leaned against my workbench. "Did you know he's been asking around about taking out a business loan against your company's assets?" The room tilted slightly. "He wouldn't do that without discussing it with me first." "Wouldn't he?" Sam's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, his expression darkening. "Mason's mother is here to see you." "Megan?" I hadn't expected to see her until the wedding planning started. "Did you tell her where my workshop was?" "She found it herself." Sam's hand rested on my shoulder. "Want me to stay?" I shook my head. Whatever this was, I needed to handle it myself. Megan Carter swept in like an autumn storm, all designer clothes and perfectly maintained composure. But something was off. Her hands wouldn't stop fidgeting with her purse strap. "Lydia, dear." She didn't quite meet my eyes. "We need to discuss Mason." Sam squeezed my shoulder before leaving, closing the door with a soft click that felt oddly final. Is everything all right?" I asked, though nothing felt all right anymore. "No." Megan's composure cracked. "It's happening again, and I won't let another family be destroyed." "What's happening again?" She pulled out a manila envelope. "These are records of Mason's previous engagement, to Caroline Weber 2 years ago. Her family lost everything." My legs gave out. I sank onto my work stool, the envelope heavy in my hands. "He convinced her family to invest in a tech startup," Megan continued, her voice hollow. "The company never existed. By the time they realized, Mason was gone." along with $3 million. The workshop's walls seemed to close in. Why are you telling me this? Because your grandmother reminded me of Caroline's mother. She had the same suspicions, the same warnings. We ignored her. Megan's eyes filled with tears. I've enabled him for too long, covered his tracks, made excuses. But watching him target you, seeing your family try to protect you, I can't do it anymore. My phone buzzed. A text from Mason. Great news about that investment opportunity. Need to meet ASAP. Bringing paperwork. He's already starting, Megan whispered, reading the message over my shoulder. First comes the charm, then the business opportunity, then... The workshop door opened. Mason stood there, his perfect smile faltering as he saw his mother. Mom? His voice carried an edge I'd never heard before. What are you doing here? The right thing, finally. She straightened her spine, years of guilt falling away. I'm telling Lydia everything. Mason's smile vanished completely. In that moment, I saw what Grandma Ruth had warned about. The shadows behind his eyes, the darkness beneath the charm. You really shouldn't have done that, he said softly, and somehow those quiet words carried more menace than any shout. I clutched the manila envelope, my engagement ring suddenly feeling like a shackle. Outside, thunder rolled across the sky. Or maybe that was just the sound of my world crumbling. Sam's footsteps pounded up the workshop stairs. Mason's hand moved toward his jacket pocket, and I realized with crystal clarity that this was only the beginning of what Grandma Ruth had foreseen. The shadows weren't just lingering anymore. They were closing in. The manila envelope sat unopened on my desk for 3 days. Every morning, I'd trace its edges with trembling fingers, but couldn't bring myself to look inside. Until Nate showed up with that haunted look in his eyes. We need to talk about your business accounts, he said, setting his laptop down. Something's wrong. I pushed Caroline Weber's envelope aside. Define wrong. Someone's been accessing your financial records. Multiple login attempts from unfamiliar IP addresses. His fingers flew across the keyboard. And there's this. He turned the screen toward me. A series of pending transactions appeared. Transfer authorizations I'd never seen before. That's impossible! I leaned closer. I never approved these. They're scheduled for tomorrow morning. 5 separate transfers, totaling just under $2 million. Nate's voice cracked. To an offshore account. My engagement ring caught the light, mocking me. Mason has my passwords. I know. Nate wouldn't meet my eyes. He called me yesterday, asking about expediting international transfers, said you were planning to expand the business overseas. The envelope suddenly felt like it was burning through my desk. I ripped it open, documents spilling across my keyboard. Police reports, bank statements, newspaper clippings, all telling the same story. Caroline Weber's family jewelry business, gutted from the inside out. My phone buzzed. Mason's text lit up the screen. Dinner tonight? Have exciting news about our future. Call Sam, I told Nate. And my grandmother, we need... The office door opened. Mason stood there, earlier than expected, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Sweetheart? His gaze flickered between me and the scattered documents. What's all this? Funny story, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. I've been learning about your previous engagement. The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees. Mason's smile vanished like it had never existed. My mother, he said flatly. She's always been unstable. Whatever she told you. Caroline Weber's father died in prison. I cut him off. After taking the fall for financial fraud. Fraud you orchestrated. He took a step forward. Nate shifted, placing himself between us. You don't understand. Mason's voice turned silky. Caroline's family was already corrupt. I simply exposed what was already there. But you and me were different, special. The transfer authorizations, I said. Were those special too? Something dangerous flashed across his face. Business opportunities require quick decisions. I was only trying to help. By stealing my life's work? By securing our future. He moved closer, that familiar charm sliding back into place. Think about it, Lydia. With your business acumen and my connections, we could build an empire. Built on what? Lies? Theft? Built on trust. His hand reached for mine. Don't let your family's paranoia ruin what we have. Your grandmother, your brother, they're afraid of change, of success. The worst part was, for a moment, I almost believed him. That's when I understood how Caroline Weber's family had fallen for it too. You're right about one thing, I said, sliding off my engagement ring. This is about trust. The mask slipped. Just for a second, but long enough to see the coldness underneath. Don't do anything you'll regret, he said softly. Too late. I nodded to Nate, who hit a key on his laptop. I just reversed all those transfer authorizations and copied every suspicious transaction to the FBI's Financial Crimes Division. Mason moved so fast I barely saw it, but Sam moved faster, appearing in the doorway behind him. Touch my sister, Sam said quietly, and find out what happens next. Mason's laugh was hollow. You have no idea what you're dealing with. No, Grandma Ruth's voice carried from behind Sam. But we're about to find out. She stepped into view, holding a phone. On its screen was a video call with Megan Carter. I'm sorry, Mason, his mother said. I've told them everything, about Caroline, about the others. It's over. The shadows Grandma Ruth had warned about weren't just visible now. They were consuming him from the inside out. As Mason's carefully constructed world began to crumble, I saw the truth. Sometimes the most dangerous monsters wear the most convincing masks. And sometimes, the only way to fight darkness is to drag it into the light. Mason vanished after the confrontation, but his ghost lingered in every notification on my phone. 3 days of silence, then a text that made my blood freeze. Remember that investment contract you signed last month? I called Nate immediately. Found him already waiting outside my office, pale-faced and clutching a stack of papers. Tell me you didn't sign anything, he said. My stomach dropped. It was just a routine business partnership agreement. Mason said it wasn't routine. Nate spread the documents across my desk. This gives him power of attorney over your business assets, and it's dated 3 weeks ago. The room spun. I grabbed the edge of my desk. That's not what I signed. He showed me something completely different. Digital document switching. Nate's voice was hollow. The version you saw isn't the one that got filed. My phone buzzed again. Mason, let's talk about your options. Dinner at 8? Don't respond, Grandma Ruth said from the doorway. I hadn't even heard her come in. He's setting a trap. I have to do something. My voice cracked. He could destroy everything I've built. That's exactly what he wants you to think. She moved to the window, staring out at the gathering dusk. Fear makes people predictable. My phone lit up with another message, this time from an unknown number. A photo appeared. Security camera footage of Mason entering a law office with a familiar figure. Is that? Nate leaned closer. That's Caroline Weber's father, from 2 days ago. The pieces clicked together with sickening clarity. He's working with them now. Of course he is, Sam said, striding in with his laptop. Because Caroline's father just got out of prison, and guess who's helping him rebuild his jewelry empire? I thought of my client list, my supplier connections, everything Mason had access to through that fraudulent contract. He's going to hand them my entire business infrastructure. Unless, Nate prompted, unless I buy him out. The words tasted like ash. That's what this dinner invitation is really about. Grandma Ruth turned from the window. You're not going. I have to. If I don't, if you do, you'll walk right into his endgame. She gripped my shoulders. Think, child. Why now? Why partner with the very family he destroyed? My phone buzzed again. Another photo. Mason with Megan at what looked like a private airport. Today's date stamped in the corner. He's running, Sam said. The FBI investigation spooked him. This dinner? It's his last play before he disappears. A final message from Mason appeared. Tick-tock, sweetheart. Some opportunities only knock once. I looked at the contract spread across my desk, at the carefully crafted web of lies that had nearly snared me. Then at Nate's worried face, Sam's protective stance, Grandma Ruth's knowing eyes. What if? My voice strengthened. What if we let him think he's won? Nate straightened. You have a plan. Caroline's father wants revenge on Mason as much as I do. I picked up my phone. And I'm betting Mason never told him about our little FBI investigation. A trap within a trap, Sam mused. Risky. Everything's risky. I started typing a response to Mason. But Grandma's right. Fear makes people predictable. And right now, Mason's running scared. Be careful, Grandma Ruth warned. The cornered wolf bites hardest. I hit send on my reply. 8 o'clock. Let's discuss our future. Mason's response was immediate. That's my girl. The usual place? I watched the cursor blink, thinking of Caroline Weber's father, of all the other lives Mason had destroyed, of the shadows Grandma Ruth had seen lurking behind his smile. Yes, I typed. Time to finish what we started. Nate touched my arm. You don't have to do this alone. I'm not. I looked at my family, my real support system. I never was. Outside, storm clouds gathered on the horizon. By 8 o'clock, they'd break. And in their wake, either my business would be in ruins, or Mason would finally face the consequences of his actions. The choice was mine. And for the first time since this nightmare began, I wasn't afraid to make it. The restaurant's private dining room felt like a trap, with its dim lighting and closed doors. Mason sat across from me, perfectly composed in his tailored suit, while thunder rumbled outside. The storm had followed me here. You look tired, sweetheart. He poured wine I hadn't asked for. Business troubles keeping you up? I thought of the FBI agent hidden 2 tables away, of Sam watching the back exit, of Nate monitoring every digital transaction from his car. One wrong move could unravel everything. Actually, I pulled out a check. I've decided to accept your investment proposal. His eyes flickered, surprise, then triumph. I knew you'd see reason. $2 million. I slid the check across the table. In exchange for dissolving our contract, Mason's smile didn't waver, but his fingers tightened around his wine glass. Why the sudden change of heart? Let's call it insurance. I forced myself to meet his gaze. Against any future misunderstandings. The door opened. Caroline Weber's father walked in, right on schedule. Mason's composure cracked for just a second. Mason! Mr. Weber's voice carried years of prison-hardened edge. Quite a coincidence, running into you here. Robert! Mason recovered quickly. I was just discussing business with my fiancé. Ex-fiancé, I corrected. And we were actually discussing your pattern of fraudulent contracts. Mason's charm vanished like smoke. Careful, Lydia. Some doors can't be unclosed. Like the ones to federal prison? Robert Weber pulled out a chair. My daughter sends her regards. This is a private dinner, Mason said through clenched teeth. Not anymore. I nodded toward the window, where Megan Carter's silhouette appeared. Your mother had quite a lot to share about your overseas accounts. Thunder crashed closer. Mason's hand moved toward his jacket pocket, where he'd been keeping a thumb drive with what he thought were my complete business records. It's gone, I said quietly. While you were meeting with Robert yesterday, Nate cleared out your office. Amazing what a federal warrant can accomplish. You're bluffing. But sweat beaded on his forehead. The contract was invalidated the moment you filed fraudulent documents. Robert Weber's smile was shark-like. The FBI is very interested in pattern recognition, Mason. First my family, then Lydia's. Mason stood abruptly, his chair scraping against hardwood. This is harassment. I'm leaving. No, said a new voice. You're not. The FBI agent stepped into view, badge glinting. Behind him, Sam blocked the other exit. Through the window, I saw Nate's car pull up, headlights illuminating Megan Carter as she walked toward the entrance. It's over, Mason. My voice didn't shake. The only question is how many charges you want to face. He laughed, a hollow, dangerous sound. You think this ends here? I've got copies of everything. One phone call, and your entire business infrastructure goes public. Every supplier, every client. Already warned, Nate said, entering with a laptop. They're actually quite interested in testifying about your attempted corporate espionage. Mason's facade finally shattered. The shadows Grandma Ruth had warned about weren't just visible now. They were consuming him, turning his handsome features ugly with rage. You stupid bitch, he snarled. I made you, without me. Without you, I cut him off. I'm exactly what I've always been, a woman who built something real, unlike you. He lunged, not at me, but at the laptop Nate held. Sam moved faster, tackling him before he reached it. The FBI agent stepped in, handcuffs glinting in the lightning flash from outside. Mason Carter, the agent began. You're under arrest for fraud, attempted extortion. I didn't stay to hear the rest. Walking out into the storm felt like breaking through a surface I'd been drowning under. Rain soaked my clothes, but I barely noticed. Grandma Ruth waited by my car, umbrella in hand. The shadows are lifting, she said simply. Not yet. I watched through the window as Mason was led away. There's still the trial, the publicity, the cleanup. But you're not afraid anymore. She squeezed my hand. That's what matters. Lightning split the sky, illuminating Mason's face as he was placed in a police car. For a moment, our eyes met through the rain-streaked glass. I saw no trace of the man I'd thought I loved, only the monster he'd always been. The storm was breaking, and somehow I knew the worst was finally over. The courthouse steps felt endless as I climbed them, each step heavier than the last. Mason's preliminary hearing should have been a victory. Instead, his last words to me in the restaurant haunted every moment. You think this is over? I'm taking everything. I hadn't understood what he meant. Not until now. Nate waited at the top, his face ashen. Lydia, wait. There's something you need to know. But I'd already seen her. Caroline Weber stood by the entrance, her designer outfit a stark contrast to her haunted eyes. Next to her, Mason's mother wrung her hands. He played us all, Caroline said as I approached. Even now, he's still playing us. Inside, my legal team huddled around a stack of documents. Sam paced nearby, phone pressed to his ear, speaking in urgent whispers. The air felt thick with defeat. What happened? My voice sounded distant, even to myself. Mason's lawyers filed a countersuit, Nate explained. He's claiming you orchestrated everything. The fraudulent contracts, the investment schemes, all of it. And he has evidence. That's impossible. But my hands started shaking. The FBI has proof. Fabricated emails, Sam cut in, ending his call. Dating back months. Messages that make it look like you were the mastermind and Mason was trying to stop you. He must have been planning this from the beginning. Caroline stepped forward. He did the same thing to my father, created a paper trail that made him look guilty, while Mason walked away clean. By the time we figured it out, it was too late, Megan Carter finished. I'm so sorry, Lydia. I should have warned you he'd do this. The courtroom doors opened. Mason walked out in handcuffs, flanked by his lawyers. But he was smiling, that same charming smile that had once made me trust him. Last chance, sweetheart, he said softly as they passed. Drop the charges, and maybe your business survives this. My attorney appeared, clutching more papers. Ms. Thompson, we need to discuss options. These allegations, they're incredibly detailed. If they stick, when? Mason called over his shoulder. Not if. I watched him disappear down the hallway, the pieces finally clicking together. Every late-night work session, every time he'd helped with my business records, every moment I'd thought he was supporting my dreams, he'd been building his defense. The suppliers are already pulling out, Nate said quietly. 3 major contracts canceled this morning. Your reputation. Is everything in this business? I finished. The walls seemed to close in. He knew that. He always knew. Grandma Ruth's voice echoed in my memory. The shadows are lifting. But she'd been wrong. The shadows weren't lifting. They were drowning me. We can fight this, Sam insisted. There has to be something. Fight with what? My voice cracked. He's poisoned every relationship I've built. Even if we win, the damage is done. My business, my reputation. Caroline touched my arm. Don't let him win, not again. But Mason had already won. Every careful step I'd taken to expose him had somehow played into his hands. The very evidence I'd gathered against him was being twisted to destroy me instead. My phone buzzed. Another supplier terminating their contract. Then another. And another. Lydia! Nate's voice was desperate. Look at me! We're not done! There's still... Still what? I pulled away from his reach. My life's work is imploding. Everything I built, he's taking it all. Through the courthouse windows, I could see reporters gathering. The story was already spreading. Successful businesswoman exposed as fraudulent schemer. Mason's perfect revenge. I need air, I managed, pushing past everyone. No one tried to stop me. Outside, rain fell again. Or maybe it had never stopped. I stood in it, letting it soak through my court clothes, wondering how I'd missed the truth for so long. Mason hadn't just wanted my money. He'd wanted to destroy me completely. And now, watching my phone light up with more cancellations, more accusations, more evidence of my world crumbling, I realized the true depth of his revenge. He'd made me trust him, love him, believe in our future. All so this moment would hurt more. The shadows hadn't just lingered behind him. They'd been waiting for me all along. And I had walked right into them. 3 days after the courthouse, Nate burst into my workshop, laptop clutched to his chest like a shield. His face held something I hadn't seen in weeks. Hope. We found it, he said, breathless. The real paper trail. I looked up from the half-packed boxes of inventory, all that remained of my business. What are you talking about? Mason's mother. He set the laptop down, hands shaking with excitement. She kept everything. Every email, every transaction, every fake account he created. She's been documenting his schemes for years. The door opened again. Megan Carter walked in, followed by Carolyn Weber and my brother Sam. Each carried folders thick with documents. It wasn't enough to just confess, Megan said quietly. You needed proof, real proof. My phone buzzed. Mason's number, right on schedule. He's coming, Sam said, checking his watch. Thinks he's here to negotiate dropping the charges. Are we ready? Caroline asked, her voice steel-edged. The workshop door opened one final time. Mason stepped in, his lawyer conspicuously absent. His smile faltered when he saw the gathering. Well, he drawled, recovering quickly. Quite the reunion. Sit down, Mason. My voice didn't shake, not anymore. I'd rather stand. His eyes narrowed at his mother. Planning another dramatic confession, Mom? No, Megan said, just delivering evidence. Sam moved to block the door. Nate's fingers flew across his keyboard, and suddenly the workshop's walls lit up with projected documents. Years of Mason's carefully hidden paper trail, exposed in glowing detail. Cute presentation, Mason said, but sweat beaded on his forehead. All easily explained. By the secondary email server you kept in Singapore? Nate cut in. The one your mother had access to? Mason's smile vanished. You're bluffing. Like you bluffed about Stanford? Caroline stepped forward. Or about the investment firm you never actually registered? Or about the offshore accounts? I added, watching his facade crack. The ones you used to destroy Caroline's family before targeting mine? Everything you built, Megan said softly, was built on lies I helped you maintain. Not anymore. Mason's charm disappeared entirely, replaced by something cold and dangerous. You really want to play this game? Fine, release those documents. Watch your precious reputation burn with mine. My reputation? I laughed. Actually laughed. You already destroyed that. But here's what you didn't count on. I don't care anymore. His confidence wavered. What? You can have my reputation, my business, all of it. I stepped closer, Because unlike you, I can build something real again, something honest. With what? He sneered. Your suppliers are gone. Your clients are right here, Caroline interrupted, pulling out her phone. Every family you've destroyed over the years. We've been talking, planning, building something new. Understanding dawned in Mason's eyes as Nate projected more documents, business plans, partnership agreements, signatures from dozens of Mason's former victims. A network, Sam explained, of people who know exactly who you are, what you do, how you operate. And this time, Megan added, we have proof. Mason lunged for the laptop, but I was ready. My hand caught his wrist, the same way he'd once held mine, while sliding on that engagement ring. The FBI already has everything, I said quietly. Every document, every scheme, every victim's statement. It's over. You're lying, but his voice cracked. No, Mason. For once, someone in this room is telling the truth. The workshop door opened one final time. The FBI agent from the restaurant stepped in, followed by two others. Mason Carter, he began. But Mason was already running, straight into Sam's waiting grip. As they led him away, I saw what Grandma Ruth had warned me about all those months ago. The shadows behind him weren't just visible now. They were dissolving, exposed to the light of truth. Lydia, he called back, desperate. Don't do this. We can still. No, I cut him off. We can't. Because you never saw me clearly. You saw a target, a means to an end. But I see you, Mason. Finally, I see you completely. The door closed behind him. In the sudden quiet, I felt something shift, not just in the room, but in myself. The weight of his deception lifted, replaced by something stronger. The truth. And for the first time since this nightmare began, I could breathe again. The courtroom emptied slowly after Mason's sentencing, but I stayed rooted to my seat, watching him being led away. 15 years. Not for what he'd done to me, but for all the others before me. The shadows had finally caught up with him. Ready to go? Nate's voice was gentle beside me. Almost. I touched the empty space on my finger where the engagement ring had been. It doesn't feel real yet. Outside, autumn sunlight painted the courthouse steps gold. Caroline Weber waited with a group of Mason's other victims, now my business partners. Their chatter about our new venture carried on the breeze. The Weber-Thompson Collective, Sam mused, joining us, has a nice ring to it. Better than Victims Anonymous, Caroline called over, making everyone laugh. Megan Carter approached hesitantly, clutching her purse. The others fell quiet. Saya, I've been thinking, she said, about shadows, about how they grow longer when we feed them with silence. Mom? The word slipped out before I could stop it. These past months, she'd become something between a confessor and a surrogate mother. She pressed something into my hand, a small velvet pouch. The diamonds he stole from Caroline's family. I've been keeping them safe, waiting for the right moment. Caroline's breath caught. Those were my grandmother's. And now they're yours again. I passed her the pouch. Maybe we can make something new from them. Something honest. Speaking of new beginnings, Grandma Ruth's voice carried from the courthouse doors. She descended the steps slowly, that knowing smile playing at her lips. I had another dream last night. Grandma, please, I laughed. No more prophecies. Not a prophecy, a certainty. She pointed toward the street. Like that. A dog, scraggly and thin, trotted up the courthouse steps. It headed straight for me, tail wagging hopefully. He's been hanging around all morning, Sam said. No collar, no chip, according to the security guard. The dog pressed against my legs, looking up with eyes that seemed to know everything I'd been through. Without thinking, my hand found his head. See? Grandma Ruth's eyes twinkled. The shadows lift, light returns, and sometimes it brings unexpected gifts. Nate knelt beside me, offering the dog his hand to sniff. He needs a home. We all do, Megan said softly. That's why we're here. My phone buzzed. Another supplier, but not with a cancellation. An order, a big one. the first of many, according to Caroline's business plan. The thing about shadows, Grandma Ruth mused, watching the dog lean into my touch, is that they can't exist without light. Mason cast a long one, but he couldn't dim your shine. Not really. The dog's tail thumped against the courthouse steps. Nate's hand found mine, warm and steady. Around us, my unlikely family of survivors talked about future plans, new beginnings, ways to help others spot the shadows before they grew too dark. You knew, didn't you? I asked Grandma Ruth. Not just about Mason, but about all of this. I knew you'd find your way through. She squeezed my shoulder. The how of it. That was all you. The dog whined, drawing my attention back. In the sunlight, his coat wasn't scraggly at all. Just different, unique. Like he'd weathered his own storms before finding his way here. What should we call him? Nate asked. Phoenix, Caroline suggested. Because he rose from nowhere, just like we will. Too obvious, Sam countered. What about Shadow, I said quietly. Because now we know. They're nothing to be afraid of. Not when you face them together. The dog's tail wagged faster, like he approved. Above us, clouds shifted, changing the patterns of light and shadow on the courthouse steps. But I wasn't watching the shadows anymore. I was watching the people who'd helped me step out of them. My phone buzzed again. Another order, another chance to build something real. Shadow pressed against my legs. Nate's hand squeezed mine, and Grandma Ruth's knowing smile said everything words couldn't. The shadows would always be there. But now I knew. They were just proof of how brightly the light could shine.
$50,000, Addison. You have to help. It's Hayden. My name is Addison, by the way. And that was my mother, Stephanie, dialing up the hysteria to 11, as usual. It was a Tuesday morning. I was just about to sip my first coffee before a client meeting, and already the family circus had rolled into town, demanding I play ringmaster, clown, and human ATM all at once. 50,000? I repeated, my voice flat. The coffee suddenly tasted bitter. What now, Mom? Did she try to buy a small island this time? Don't be sarcastic, Addison. This is serious. She got into some trouble. Online. Gambling. Stephanie's voice was a frantic whisper, like saying it too loudly would make it more real. Online gambling, I echoed. Right. So this wasn't like the emergency 5,000 for that photography course that turned out to be a weekend trip to Vegas with her deadbeat boyfriend, or the 10,000 for the business investment in art signal alpaca socks that evaporated faster than her sobriety at a free wine tasting. I didn't say those things. Not yet. I just let the silence hang. Stephanie filled it, her voice hitching. This is different. She's scared, Addie, really scared. She says she owes people, bad people. And I'm supposed to what? Wave a magic wand and make 50 grand appear? I kept my tone even, a skill honed over years of these calls. You have the money, Addison. You always do. You're so responsible? There it was. The backhanded compliment that always preceded the financial shakedown. The implication clear. My responsibility was not for my own life, but for theirs, for Hayden's. Responsible enough to know this is a black hole, Mom. When does it end? I asked, already knowing the answer. It never ended. It ends when her sister helps her. Stephanie's voice rose, cracking with manufactured desperation. Your father and I are coming over. We need to talk about this properly. Don't go anywhere. Click. She didn't wait for a reply. They never did. The doorbell rang less than 20 minutes later. I'd barely had time to process, or rather, to reprocess the same old story with a new higher price tag. There they were, Mom, eyes already red-rimmed, dabbing at them with a tissue she'd clearly brought for dramatic effect, and Dad, Norman, looking like a man perpetually bracing for bad news, which, with Hayden around, he usually was. He offered a weak, apologetic grimace that I was supposed to interpret as solidarity, but knew was just spinelessness. Addison, thank goodness, Stephanie began, sweeping past me into my small, tidy living room, a stark contrast to the chaos she was bringing. My sanctuary, about to be violated. Dad just gave me that same weak, pleading smile and followed her, his shoulders slumped. Sit down, dear, Mom said, patting the spot next to her on my sofa as if I were the one who needed comforting. I remained standing, leaning against the doorframe. It felt more defensive. So, 50,000, I said, crossing my arms. Who exactly are these bad people Hayden owes? Stephanie waved a dismissive hand as if the details were trivial. That doesn't matter. What matters is she's our daughter, your sister, and she's in trouble. Deep trouble. My sister, I repeated slowly, letting the words hang in the air. My sister, who hasn't worked a steady job in her life. My sister, whose idea of budgeting is figuring out which of my old credit cards she can accidentally use online. My sister, who you both have enabled every single step of her disastrous way. Addison, that's not fair, Dad mumbled, finally speaking up, his voice barely above a whisper. He avoided my gaze, focusing on a spot on my rug. We just want to protect her. Protect her? I scoffed, the sound sharper than I intended. Or protect yourselves from her meltdowns when she doesn't get what she wants? Which one is it, Dad? The words were out before I could stop them. Years of this, simmering just beneath the surface, finally bubbling over. Stephanie gasped, clutching her chest as if I'd physically struck her. How can you be so cruel, so unfeeling, after everything we've done for you? Everything I've done for this family, Workyard, you mean? I shot back, my voice rising to meet hers. The down payment on this apartment? My savings? The emergency fund I set up for your leaky roof last year? My bonus? Every little loan to Hayden that was never, ever repaid? Straight from my salary, the one I work 60 hours a week to earn. It's family, Addison, Stephanie said, her voice now thick with tears, real ones this time, or so it seemed. Her go-to weapon. Family helps each other. It's your duty, your moral obligation. My duty to bankrupt myself for her addiction? Her irresponsibility? I could feel the familiar knot tightening in my stomach, the one that always appeared when they started in on duty and family. She made a mistake, Stephanie cried, her voice escalating. A big one, yes, but she's learned her lesson this time. I know she has. She promised. I almost laughed. A bitter, hollow sound. How many last lessons have there been, Mom? How many promises? I've lost count. We all have. This is different, she insisted, her eyes wide and pleading. She could be in real danger. These people? They aren't like the credit card companies, Addison. And whose fault is that? I asked, my voice cold. Who kept giving her a soft place to land every time she messed up, ensuring she never learned a thing? Dad stood up then, his face grim, a flicker of something I hadn't seen before, desperation, maybe even fear in his eyes. Addison, your mother is right. We can't let anything happen to Hayden. You're the only one who can fix this, the only one with the means. Fix it? I stared at them, incredulous. By throwing more money at the problem, that's not fixing it. That's just postponing the next disaster, probably making it even bigger. Stephanie was openly sobbing now, the tissue a sodden mess in her hand. We don't have it, Addison. You know we don't. We've given her everything we could already. We're tapped out. You're her only hope. Our only hope. The weight of it pressed down on me, familiar and suffocating. The guilt trips, the emotional blackmail, the sheer, unadulterated expectation that I, Addison, the responsible one, the family fixer, would always be there to clean up the mess, no matter the personal cost. Stephanie pushed herself up from the sofa, her face tear-streaked and blotchy, but her gaze was surprisingly steady, almost hard. She took a step towards me, her voice trembling but firm, each word a hammer blow. There's no discussion, Addison. You will pay this. She's your sister, and if you don't, you'll be tearing this family apart. You'll have her ruin on your conscience. Her ruin on my conscience, I repeated, my voice dangerously quiet. Or on yours. For raising a daughter who expects the world to bail her out every time she stumbles. Stephanie recoiled as if slapped. Dad just wrung his hands, his gaze fixed on the floor. Addison, please, he whispered, just think about it. For Hayden. They left soon after, Stephanie shooting me one last look that was equal parts pleading and accusatory. The silence they left behind was heavy, thick with unspoken ultimatums. My apartment, usually my refuge, felt tainted by their desperation, their demands. The next few days were a masterclass in emotional warfare. Mom called constantly, her voice alternating between tearful begging and thinly veiled threats about my heartlessness. Dad sent short, guilt-laden texts, Hayden isn't eating. She can't sleep. She's terrified, Addie. As if I were the one holding a gun to her head, not her own reckless choices. Then came Hayden herself. She showed up at my door, unannounced, of course. Her eyes were puffy, her usually vibrant blonde hair lank and unwashed. She looked genuinely wretched for about 5 minutes. Addie, she began, her voice a pathetic whimper. She even managed to squeeze out a few tears. I'm so sorry. I messed up. Big time. I don't know what I was thinking. I just looked at her. No, you probably don't. You rarely do when it comes to money that isn't yours. Her face crumpled. That's not fair. I was just trying to get ahead. Make something of myself. By gambling away $50,000 you didn't have? I raised an eyebrow. Whose money were you planning on getting ahead with, Hayden? Because it certainly wasn't earned. It was a bad streak, she mumbled, avoiding my eyes. I thought I could win it back. Everyone says you have to bet big to win big. Right, and now you want me to bet big on you. Again. She sniffled, dabbing at her eyes. Mom and Dad said you might help. Please, Addie, I'll pay you back. Every cent. I swear. I'm looking into this new online thing. It's like affiliate marketing. Super easy, and this guy says you can make thousands a week, practically overnight. There it was. Not even a full day into her supposed rock bottom, and already chasing the next get-rich-quick mirage. No remorse, just a temporary setback before the next inevitable disaster. The apology was just a performance, a necessary step to get to the part where I opened my wallet. Affiliate marketing, I said, my voice devoid of expression. Sounds promising. Her eyes lit up, mistaking my sarcasm for encouragement. Right? So, if you could just, help with this current mess, I can get started on that, and then I'll be sorted. I just stared at her until her hopeful expression faltered. Get out, Hayden. But Addie, get out! She left, muttering about how I was cold and unfeeling, just like Mom always said. The door clicked shut behind her, and I let out a long, slow breath. That night, I couldn't sleep. The words online gambling echoed in my mind. I got out of bed, went to my laptop, and started typing. I wasn't looking for affiliate marketing schemes. I typed in the names of a few popular online casinos, the kind that advertise aggressively. Then I started digging deeper, looking at forums, reviews, warnings. Shady. So many of them looked utterly shady, based in countries with lax regulations, full of stories of people losing everything, of accounts being frozen, of winnings never paid out. How much had Hayden really won and then lost? Or was it all just losses, undeclared, untaxed? A new thought, cold and sharp, began to form in my mind. A way out. Not just for this 50,000, but for all of it. A way to make it stop. Permanently. The pressure from Mom and Dad didn't let up. It was a constant barrage. Have you decided, Addison? Hayden is beside herself. We're all counting on you. Finally, on Friday morning, after another sleepless night, I called Mom. Fine, I said, before she could even launch into her daily guilt trip. I'll do it. The relief in her voice was palpable, almost sickening. Oh, Addison, thank you, thank you. I knew you wouldn't let us down. I knew you had a good heart. I need Hayden's bank details for the transfer, I said, cutting through her effusive gratitude. The account where this debt needs to be paid. She rattled them off immediately, clearly having them ready. She'll be so relieved, Addie. We all will be. You're a lifesaver, truly. I hung up, feeling nothing but a dull ache. Later that day, I sat at my laptop. I logged into my online banking. My savings account, the one I'd painstakingly built for a house deposit, for a future that felt increasingly out of reach, stared back at me. $50,000, a figure that made me physically ill. I typed in the amount. I entered Hayden's account details. I triple-checked everything. My finger hovered over the confirm transfer button. My parents' voices echoed in my head, Hayden's crocodile tears, years of resentment churning in my gut. With a deep breath, I clicked. Your transfer of $50,000 to Hayden, account number, has been processed. A wave of nausea washed over me. My family would be celebrating right now. Mom would be crying tears of joy. Dad would be patting Hayden on the back, telling her it was all going to be okay. They'd be toasting my generosity, my sacrifice, while already forgetting the cost to me. As the confirmation screen glowed, a grim resolve settled over me. They thought this was the end of it. They were wrong. This was just the beginning. I closed the banking tab. I opened a new one. My fingers flew across the keyboard, typing in a different address, IRS Gov. The homepage loaded. My eyes scanned the options. There it was. Report suspected tax fraud. I clicked on it. A small, almost imperceptible smile touched my lips. It wasn't a happy smile. It was the smile of someone who had finally had enough. The online form was surprisingly straightforward. Tell us about the suspected tax fraud, it prompted. Oh, I would. I typed meticulously, carefully choosing my words. I detailed Hayden's chronic unemployment, her lack of any discernible legitimate income for years. I described her lifestyle, the designer knockoffs that weren't always knockoffs, the impromptu trips, the constant stream of new gadgets and clothes, all funded, I explained, by a combination of parental enablement and, more significantly, by large, undocumented gifts from me, her sister. The most recent gift, I typed, was for $50,000 transferred on date to cover significant gambling debts. I attached a scanned copy of my bank transfer confirmation. I also attached copies of previous smaller transfers I'd made to her over the years, the ones I'd foolishly labeled loan in the memo line, but knew I'd never see again. I framed them all as gifts because that's what they were in reality, and gifts of that magnitude I knew had tax implications for the recipient if not declared. I laid out a timeline of her financial demands, the escalating amounts, her complete lack of effort to find stable employment. I painted a picture of someone living far beyond any visible means, someone who clearly wasn't reporting her true financial situation to Uncle Sam. I made sure to mention the online gambling specifically, hinting that her winnings, if any, were certainly not being declared. Every word I typed felt like a small act of rebellion, a tiny chip at the mountain of resentment I'd carried for years. It wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about the disrespect, the entitlement, the endless cycle of drama and bailouts. It was about reclaiming my own life, my own future from their parasitic grip. When I finally hit submit, a strange calm washed over me. It was done. The die was cast. There was a peculiar mix of dread and exhilaration churning in my stomach. Dread for the inevitable explosion, exhilaration at the thought of finally, seeing some real consequences for Hayden's actions. Life at home, or rather, life in my interactions with my family, returned to a superficial calm. Mom called, her voice syrupy sweet. Hayden is so grateful, Addison. She's really going to turn things around this time. She even bought me flowers. I bet she did. With my money. Dad sent a text. Thanks, Addie. You really came through for us. Us, not Hayden. Us. Hayden herself was conspicuously silent, probably too busy spending the leftover cash from the $50,000, assuming any was actually left after paying off her immediate debt, or perhaps already researching that affiliate marketing goldmine. A few days later, I was working from home, trying to focus on a particularly tedious spreadsheet, when I heard voices from the kitchen. Mom was over, unannounced as usual, ostensibly to drop off some Tupperware I'd lent her months ago. She and Hayden were talking, their voices low and urgent. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but my apartment wasn't that big, and their hushed tones carried an intensity that pricked my ears. Told you he wouldn't wait forever, Mom. Hayden's voice was tight with panic. That $50K was just to keep Bodie Lynch from sending someone to break my legs, or worse. Bodie Lynch? The name sent a chill down my spine. It sounded serious, not like Dave from down the pub I owe $100 to. Serious. This sounded organized crime. Serious. I know, sweetie, Stephanie soothed, her voice equally strained. But Addison came through. It's paid. He's been paid. That's what matters. But he knows I can get money, Hayden hissed. He said this was just the interest. He said the principal is still outstanding, and he'll be in touch about a payment plan. What am I going to do? Addison won't give me another cent, not after this. My blood ran cold. So, the $50,000 wasn't even the full amount? It was just a down payment to a loan shark? And Mom knew? She knew Hayden was involved with someone named Bodie Lynch, someone who made threats of physical violence, and she still pressured me, guilt tripped me, emotionally blackmailed me into handing over my savings without breathing a word of this far more dangerous reality. The casual cruelty of it, the depth of their deceit, hit me with fresh force. They hadn't just been trying to save Hayden from her own stupidity. They'd been using me as a shield against something much darker, deliberately keeping me in the dark about the true extent of the danger. My resolve, already firm, hardened into something akin to granite. The following Tuesday, exactly 1 week after I'd submitted my online report, the mail arrived. I was expecting a bill, maybe a magazine. Instead, tucked amongst the junk mail was a stark white, official-looking envelope. It wasn't addressed to me, it was addressed to Ms. Hayden Summers, C.O. Ms. Addison Summers, my address. Hayden still used my address for anything important because, in her words, her own mailbox at whatever temporary place she was crashing at was unreliable, or more likely, so she could feign ignorance if anything unpleasant arrived. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. This was it. Hayden happened to be over that afternoon, ostensibly to borrow some milk, but more likely to see if I was still mad at her, or perhaps to subtly scope out if I was a soft touch for future loans. She was lounging on my sofa, scrolling through her phone when I walked in with the mail. "Anything good?" she asked, not looking up. I sorted through the pile, my expression carefully neutral. Bill, junk. "Oh, this is for you." I handed her the white envelope. She took it, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. She glanced at the return address in the top left corner. "Department of the Treasury, Internal Revenue Service," she read aloud, her brow furrowing. "What do they want?" She slid it open with her thumb, her earlier nonchalance evaporating. Her eyes scanned the first few lines, the color drained from her face. Her hand holding the letter began to tremble. What is this?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. She looked up at me, her eyes wide with a dawning, horrified understanding. "Addie, what is this? What does it say?" I asked, my voice calm, a stark contrast to the panic blooming on Hayden's face. I walked over to the counter, pretending to sort the rest of the mail, giving her space, but every nerve ending was attuned to her reaction. It's from the IRS," she stammered, her eyes darting back and forth across the page as if the words might change if she stared hard enough. They're saying they've received information suggesting I may have unreported income. They want records, bank statements, proof of earnings for the last 3 years." "Unreported income?" I feigned mild surprise. "Well, that's odd. Where would they get an idea like that?" Hayden's head snapped up, her eyes narrowed, suspicion flaring. "Addison, did you say something to them?" I met her gaze, my expression a carefully constructed mask of innocent concern. "Me? Why would I do that, Hayden? What would I possibly tell them?" "I don't know," she shrieked, jumping up from the sofa, the letter crushed in her fist. "But this is about the 50,000, isn't it? The money you gave me. You told them about it." "I transferred money to your account, yes," I said evenly, "to help you out of a jam you got yourself into. That's hardly a crime, is it? Unless, of course, you haven't been declaring your income from, well, from wherever you get your money." Her face went pale. "I don't have income. Not like taxable income. It's just stuff. Gifts. You know." "The IRS might have a different definition of stuff, Hayden," I said, turning to put my own mail on the kitchen island, especially when stuff amounts to tens of thousands of dollars. The doorbell rang. Speak of the devils. It was Mom and Dad arriving for their prearranged weekly dinner that I'd been trying to phase out for months. Hayden practically lunged for the door. "Mom! Dad! You will not believe what Addison has done," she wailed, thrusting the crumpled IRS letter at Stephanie before they were even fully inside. Stephanie's eyes scanned the letter, her brow furrowing in confusion, then dawning horror. Norman peered over her shoulder, his usual hangdog expression deepening into actual alarm. "Internal Revenue Service?" Stephanie breathed, looking from the letter to me, then to Hayden. "What is this, Hayden? What have you done now?" "Me?" Hayden shrieked, pointing an accusing finger at me. "It wasn't me. It was her. She reported me. I know she did." "Addison?" Mom turned to me, her voice trembling. Is this true? Did you report your own sister? Report her for what, Mom? I asked, keeping my tone reasonable. For receiving a gift? I simply helped her out, like you asked. If the IRS has questions about her financial affairs, that's between Hayden and them. Surely she has nothing to hide if she's been honest about her earnings, or lack thereof. But, but this letter? Dad stammered, finally finding his voice. It sounds serious. They want records. Hayden doesn't have records of income. Then perhaps she should have thought of that before accumulating massive gambling debts and relying on undocumented cash infusions, I said, my patience wearing thin. It's just a mistake, Stephanie said, though her voice lacked conviction. She waved the letter dismissively. A bureaucratic error. We'll call them, Hayden. We'll sort it out. They probably just got your social security number mixed up with someone else's. But Hayden wasn't listening. She was frantically pacing my small living room. Records? What records? I don't have pay stubs. I don't have W-2s. What am I supposed to give them? My losing betting slips? Her voice cracked with hysteria. The next few days were a blur of panicked phone calls between Hayden and my parents, hushed conferences I wasn't invited to, and an increasingly icy atmosphere directed towards me. They were clearly scrambling, trying to figure out how to respond to the IRS inquiry. Hayden, I gathered, was alternating between terrified paralysis and frantic attempts to invent a plausible source of income out of thin air. One evening, my friend Simone called. So, she said, her voice laced with amusement, did you push the big red button? I'd confided in Simone a few weeks ago after the initial demand for the $50,000, telling her about the IRS idea. She'd been surprisingly supportive. They've been bleeding you dry for years, Addie, she'd said. Sometimes the only way to stop a parasite is to cut off its host, or in this case, expose it to some harsh sunlight. The button has been pushed, I confirmed, a small smile playing on my lips. The package has been delivered. And? And the recipient is not pleased. Panic has officially set in. Mom and Dad are trying to pretend it's a clerical error, but they look like they've seen a ghost. Good, Simone said firmly. It's about time they all faced some real-world consequences. You did the right thing, Addie. For yourself. Her words were a small comfort, a reminder that I wasn't entirely alone in this, even if my own family was rapidly turning against me. The shift in my parents' demeanor was palpable. The saccharine gratitude was gone, replaced by suspicion and a barely concealed resentment. They still came over for dinner. Old habits die hard, and Mom probably wanted to keep an eye on me, but the conversation was stilted, punctuated by pointed questions about loyalty and family solidarity. Then, one evening, Hayden cornered me after Mom and Dad had left. Her eyes were wild, her hair a mess. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. Addie, you have to help me, she pleaded, her voice raw with desperation. They want proof of where the $50,000 came from? They're asking about it specifically. I imagine they would, I said coolly. It's a large sum of money. You have to tell them it was a loan, she begged, grabbing my arm. Her grip was surprisingly strong. A formal loan, with, paperwork. We can write something up, backdate it. Please, Addie, they're asking for proof of income I don't have. If they think it was a gift, they'll tax me on it, and I don't have any money to pay taxes. You have to help me lie. I looked down at her hand on my arm, then back up at her desperate, pleading face. The face of someone who had learned nothing, who still believed the world, and specifically me, would bend to her will, would conspire to cover up her mistakes. No, Hayden, I said, my voice flat and devoid of emotion. I will not lie for you, not anymore. I pulled my arm free. You got yourself into this mess. You can get yourself out. Hayden stared at me, her mouth agape. The desperation in her eyes slowly morphed into a furious, disbelieving glare. You won't help me? I already helped you, Hayden, I said, my voice unwavering. I gave you $50,000. What you do with the consequences of your actions regarding that money and all the other money you've mysteriously acquired over the years is entirely up to you. But they'll ruin me, she wailed, tears starting to stream down her face. These felt more genuine than her usual performance tears. These were tears of pure, unadulterated fear. I'll owe them thousands, tens of thousands. I could go to jail. Perhaps you should have considered that before you decided to live a life funded by undeclared cash and reckless gambling, I replied, turning away from her. The sight of her distress, which once might have pricked my conscience, now only solidified my resolve. This was what needed to happen. She let out a frustrated scream and stormed out of my apartment, slamming the door so hard a picture rattled on the wall. Good. Let her storm. Let them all storm. I was done being their emotional and financial dumping ground. The next few weeks were an exercise in escalating tension. The IRS, it seemed, was not satisfied with Hayden's initial, no doubt vague and panicked responses. Another letter arrived, this one more demanding, requesting specific bank statements, transaction histories, and a detailed explanation for the large deposit, my $50,000. Mom and Hayden descended upon my apartment like a tag team of torment. Stephanie took the lead, her voice dripping with saccharine concern that barely masked a steely determination. Addison, darling, she began, perching on the edge of my sofa, Hayden hovering behind her like a sullen, resentful shadow. We need to talk about this IRS business. It's gotten rather serious. Oh? I said, feigning mild interest as I continued to type on my laptop, deliberately not giving them my full attention. Yes, Stephanie pressed on. They're asking very pointed questions about that money you gave Hayden, and, well, Hayden might have slightly misremembered how that transaction occurred when she first spoke to them. I stopped typing and looked up. Misremembered? How does one misremember receiving $50,000? Hayden piped up from behind Mom, her voice sharp with accusation. They're trying to say it was income or a gift I have to pay taxes on. It wasn't. It was an investment. I raised an eyebrow. An investment? In what, Hayden? Your uncanny ability to lose money? Stephanie shot me a quelling look before plastering on a strained smile. Now, Addison, let's not be like that. What Hayden means is, well, we were thinking. Perhaps that money wasn't a gift or even a loan. Perhaps it was an investment from you in one of Hayden's ventures. I stared at them, speechless for a moment. The audacity was breathtaking. Are you seriously suggesting I invested $50,000 in one of Hayden's imaginary businesses? The artisanal alpaca socks, perhaps? Or the revolutionary new brand of air she was going to bottle? Don't be facetious, Addison, Stephanie snapped, her composure cracking. We're trying to find a solution here, a way to protect Hayden. A way to commit tax fraud, you mean? I countered. By concocting a story about a non-existent business investment to deceive the IRS? That sounds like a fantastic plan. What could possibly go wrong? Hayden, emboldened by Mom's presence, stepped forward. It would explain where the money came from, and if the business failed, then there's no profit to tax. See? It works. She looked triumphant, as if she'd just solved a complex mathematical equation. It's perjury, Hayden, I said calmly, and it's incredibly stupid. Do you really think the IRS won't see right through that? Not if you back us up, Stephanie interjected, her voice rising. If you tell them it was an investment, a legitimate business arrangement that unfortunately didn't pan out, then it all makes sense. The pressure was immense. They argued, they pleaded, they cajoled, they painted vivid pictures of Hayden's ruin, of bailiffs at the door, of potential criminal charges. And through it all, the unspoken accusation hung in the air. This was my fault. If I just played along, if I just lied a little, it could all go away. Then came the argument. It was a Saturday afternoon. They'd been at it for hours, their desperation growing with each refusal I uttered. I was exhausted, my patience worn down to a nub. I don't understand you, Addison, Stephanie finally shrieked, her face flushed, her hands clenched into fists. Why are you being so deliberately obstructive, so determined to see your own sister suffer? Suffer the consequences of her own actions, you mean? I retorted, my voice tight with years of suppressed anger, something neither of you has ever allowed her to do. This isn't about her actions anymore, Stephanie cried, tears welling in her eyes. This is about you, your jealousy. You've always been jealous of Hayden, haven't you? Because she's prettier, more popular, because life comes easier to her. I actually laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. Easier? Because you hand her everything on a silver platter while I work my fingers to the bone to clean up her messes? That's your definition of easier? Suddenly, Stephanie's expression shifted. The anger drained away, replaced by a look of profound, theatrical sorrow. Tears began to stream down her face. It was you, wasn't it? She whispered, her voice thick with accusation. This whole thing, it was your idea. What are you talking about? I asked, wary of this new tactic. That $50,000, she said, her voice trembling. You forced it on Hayden, didn't you? You told her it was for some shady business deal of yours. You were trying to use her, weren't you? To launder money or something sordid like that. And when it went wrong, when the investment failed, you decided to blame her, to throw her to the wolves to save your own skin. I stared at her, utterly dumbfounded, the sheer, unmitigated gall of it. To twist my bailout into an accusation against me? To paint me as the criminal mastermind and Hayden as my innocent pawn? It was a new low, even for them. You're actually going to stand there and accuse me of money laundering? I asked, my voice dangerously quiet. It's the only thing that makes sense, Stephanie sobbed, fully committed to her performance. Why else would you be so determined to see her investigated? You're trying to deflect suspicion from yourself. Before I could even formulate a response to this outrageous accusation, my phone rang. I glanced at the caller ID. Unknown number. Normally, I'd ignore it, but something made me answer. Hello? Is this Miss Addison Summers? A calm, professional male voice asked. Yes, speaking. Ms. Summers, this is Agent Edwin Rose with the Internal Revenue Service Criminal Investigation Division. I'm calling regarding the financial affairs of a Ms. Hayden Summers. We've received some statements, and there are, let's just say, some serious discrepancies regarding a $50,000 transaction we'd like to clarify. We'd like to request your presence for an in-person interview at your earliest convenience. My blood ran cold. Criminal Investigation Division, Stephanie and Hayden, who had been watching me with a mixture of fear and triumph, suddenly went very, very still. The air in the room crackled with unspoken dread. An in-person interview? I repeated, my voice carefully neutral, though my heart was hammering. I glanced at Mom and Hayden. Their faces were ashen. Stephanie's jaw had literally dropped. Yes, ma'am, Agent Rose continued, his tone polite but firm. We believe you may have information crucial to our investigation. Would Tuesday at 10 a.m. work for you at our downtown office? Tuesday at 10 is fine, I said, already picturing the documents I'd need to gather. Will you be sending a confirmation with the address? We will. Thank you for your cooperation, Ms. Summers. He hung up. The silence in my living room was deafening. Stephanie stared at me, her eyes wide with a new kind of fear, the theatrical tears forgotten. Hayden looked like she was about to be physically sick. Criminal Investigation Division? Stephanie finally whispered, her voice hoarse. Addison, what have you gotten us into? Me? I raised an eyebrow. I believe Hayden got herself into this, with a little help from your enabling mom, and your latest brilliant idea to accuse me of money laundering probably didn't help matters if they were listening in, though I doubt they tap the phones of ordinary citizens for routine tax inquiries that escalate due to non-cooperation. That last part was a guess, but it sounded plausible. They think we're criminals, Hayden choked out, sinking onto the sofa, her bravado completely gone. Well, Hayden, I said, gathering my composure, a cold sense of purpose settling over me. Lying to federal agents, which is what you were just proposing I do, is a crime. Perhaps it's time you all started taking this seriously. I spent the next few days preparing. I wasn't just gathering documents, I was arming myself. I printed out every bank statement showing transfers to Hayden, highlighting the dates and amounts. I compiled a list of her major emergencies over the years, the ones that had required substantial financial intervention from me. I even found old emails from Mom and Dad, pleading Hayden's case, begging me to help, inadvertently creating a paper trail of their knowledge and complicity in her financial recklessness. I was building a fortress of facts, and I intended to be unshakable. On Tuesday morning, I walked into the sterile, imposing IRS building downtown. Agent Rose was older than I expected, with a kind face that didn't quite match the steely resolve in his eyes. He led me to a small windowless interview room. Thank you for coming in, Ms. Summers, he said, gesturing for me to sit. We appreciate your willingness to cooperate. I'm happy to clarify anything I can, I replied, placing my meticulously organized folder on the table between us. He started with the basics, confirming my identity, my relationship to Hayden. Then he got to the point. Ms. Summers, we're investigating discrepancies in your sister Hayden's declared income, or rather, lack thereof, over the past several years. Our attention was particularly drawn to a recent $50,000 deposit into her account. That was from me, I stated calmly. And what was the nature of this payment? Agent Rose asked, his gaze steady. It was a gift, I said, to help her with significant gambling debts she had incurred. He made a note. A gift. Your sister and your parents have provided conflicting accounts of this transaction. Initially, your sister claimed it was savings she had accumulated. Later, she, along with your mother, suggested it was an investment you made in a business venture of hers. I allowed myself a small, wry smile. Ah, yes, the business venture. I believe that was their latest attempt at creative accounting. No, Agent Rose, it was a gift. One of many I've given her over the years to bail her out of financial trouble. I have documentation, if you'd like to see it. I opened my folder and laid out the bank statements, the emails. I walked him through the history, calmly and factually, detailing the pattern of Hayden's irresponsibility and my family's relentless pressure on me to be her perpetual safety net. I didn't editorialize, I let the facts speak for themselves. Agent Rose listened intently, occasionally asking clarifying questions. He examined the documents I provided with a keen eye. He seemed particularly interested in the emails from my parents. This paints a rather different picture, Ms. Summers, he said after a while, leaning back in his chair. A much more consistent one, I might add, than what we've heard so far from your family. I imagine it does, I replied. He then asked about Hayden's lifestyle, her spending habits, any known sources of income. I told him what I knew, which was mostly a lack of any legitimate work. I didn't mention Bodie Lynch by name. I didn't need to. The gambling debts and lack of declared income were enough. Let them uncover that particular viper's nest on their own if Hayden was foolish enough to bring it up, or if their investigation led them there. My goal was to sever my financial ties and see Hayden face consequences for her tax obligations, not to get her kneecapped. The interview lasted nearly 2 hours. When it was over, Agent Rose shook my hand. Thank you, Ms. Summers. Your testimony has been very helpful. I walked out of that building feeling lighter than I had in years. I had told my truth, backed it up with evidence, and it felt good. Later that week, I heard through the family grapevine, which was now more of a choked vine, given the circumstances, that Hayden, Stephanie, and Norman had all been called in for individual interviews as well. I could only imagine the contradictory, panicked stories they must have told. Norman, I heard from a reluctant aunt who called to check in, pump me for information, had apparently become very withdrawn and was barely speaking to anyone. The pressure was clearly getting to him. A few days after their interviews, my phone rang. It was Agent Rose. Ms. Summers, he began, his voice professional but with an undertone I couldn't quite decipher. I'm calling to follow up on our conversation and the subsequent interviews with your family members. Yes, I said, bracing myself. Based on your testimony, the documentation you provided, and the significant, frankly irreconcilable inconsistencies from your sister and parents, we are proceeding with a full audit of Ms. Hayden Summers' finances for the past 3 fiscal years. We will also be assessing substantial penalties against her for failure to declare income and for the undeclared $50,000 gift. My breath caught in my throat. It was happening. Furthermore, Agent Rose continued, his voice hardening slightly, given the attempts to mislead IRS investigators with fabricated stories about business investments, we may also need to look into potential charges of obstruction and making false statements against your parents, Stephanie and Norman. Their attempts to cover for your sister have put them in a precarious legal position. Obstruction, false statements against mom and dad. The net wasn't just closing on Hayden, it was widening to ensnare them all. A cold wave washed over me, a mixture of grim satisfaction and a surprising, faint tremor of something else. Pity? No. Just the stark realization of the magnitude of what I had set in motion. The official determination letter arrived about a month later, not at my address this time. It went directly to Hayden, presumably at Mom and Dad's, where she'd officially taken up residence again, a cuckoo in their rapidly emptying nest. The fallout was instantaneous. My phone exploded with calls from Mom, each one more hysterical than the last. I let them go to voicemail. Then came the texts, a barrage of furious, misspelled accusations. Finally, they showed up at my door. All 3 of them. I knew it was coming. I'd been steeling myself for it. I opened the door to a tableau of utter devastation and fury. Hayden was a wreck, her face blotchy and swollen from crying, clutching a sheaf of official-looking papers. Stephanie looked like a woman possessed, her eyes blazing with a terrifying maternal rage. Norman just looked broken, aged 10 years in a few short weeks, his shoulders slumped, his face a mask of weary defeat. You? Stephanie shrieked the moment she saw me, lunging forward. Norman instinctively put a hand on her arm, holding her back, though it looked like it took all his strength. You did this! You ruined us! Ruined you? I asked, my voice surprisingly calm. I stepped back, allowing them into my apartment. If this was going to be the final showdown, let it happen on my turf. Or did you finally face the bill for years of deceit and irresponsibility? They're saying I owe them over $100,000, Hayden wailed, thrusting the papers at me. Back taxes, penalties, interest. They're talking about seizing assets. What assets? I don't have any assets thanks to you taking back that $50,000. I didn't take it back, Hayden, I said, not even glancing at the papers. I gave it to you. The IRS is merely pointing out that you should have declared it, along with all the other gifts and undeclared income you've been living on for years. And now they're adding fines for lying to them. You set me up, she screamed, tears streaming down her face. You knew this would happen. You wanted this. Yes, Hayden, I said, my voice cold and clear. I did. I wanted you to finally understand that actions have consequences, a lesson Mom and Dad clearly failed to teach you. That was Stephanie's cue. How dare you? She spat, her voice trembling with rage. How dare you speak about us like that? We gave you everything. You gave me nothing. I didn't earn myself. I shot back, the years of suppressed anger finally erupting. What you gave Hayden was a free pass to be a leech. You enabled her, coddled her, protected her from every mistake, ensuring she grew into a 30-year-old child incapable of taking responsibility for anything. She's your sister, Norman finally croaked, his voice raspy. Family is supposed to protect each other. Protect? Or destroy from within? I countered, turning on him. You stood by and watched her bleed me dry for years, Dad. You let Mom manipulate me, guilt me into funding Hayden's endless disasters. Where was your protection for me? Your responsible daughter, the one who actually paid her taxes, held down a job, and tried to build a life only to have it constantly undermined by your collective dysfunction. The words poured out of me, a torrent of grievances I'd held back for too long. I listed every major bailout, every sacrifice I'd made, every lie they'd told to cover for Hayden, every time they'd chosen her wants over my needs. Hayden was sobbing openly now, a crumpled heap on my sofa. Norman sank into a chair, his head in his hands. But Stephanie, oh, Stephanie was far from done. You think you're so perfect, don't you, Addison? She sneered, her face contorted with malice. So high and mighty. Well, let me tell you something about family and sacrifice. We sacrificed too, more than you'll ever know. Sacrificed what? I scoffed. My future? My sanity? Our home! She shrieked, her voice cracking. We took out a second mortgage on our house years ago. Years. To pay off another one of Hayden's messes. A huge one, with that Bodie Lynch. The name hung in the air, heavy and venomous. My blood ran cold. So, the $50,000 I'd given them for Hayden's current Bodie Lynch problem wasn't even the first time he'd been in the picture. Stephanie was hysterical now, the confession tumbling out in a torrent of tears and self-pity. We couldn't tell you. Hayden begged us not to. She was terrified. He was threatening her, threatening us. We've been drowning in that debt for years, barely keeping our heads above water. That $50,000 you gave us, yes, some of it was for Hayden's new gambling hole, but the rest was to make a payment on that secret mortgage, a payment we couldn't make anymore. We were about to lose everything. The room fell silent, save for Stephanie's ragged sobs. The truth, in all its ugly, pathetic glory, was finally out. Their extreme pressure, their desperate lies, their willingness to throw me under the bus, it wasn't just about protecting Hayden this time. It was about saving themselves from a ruin of their own making, a ruin orchestrated by their inability to ever say no to their favored, reckless daughter. I looked at them. Hayden, a blubbering mess. Norman, a broken shell of a man. Stephanie, exposed and unraveling. There was no triumph in that moment, just a vast, empty weariness. The revenge was complete, but the victory felt hollow, tainted by the sheer depth of their dysfunction. So, all this time, I said, my voice barely a whisper, all this drama, all this pressure on me, it was to cover up your own financial incompetence, your own secrets. Stephanie just wept. Norman didn't look up. I picked up my keys from the counter. I think it's time for you all to leave, I said, my voice devoid of inflection. Hayden looked up, her face a mask of tear-streaked fury. You think you've won? She screamed, her voice hoarse. You'll be miserable and alone forever, Addison. You'll regret this. You'll see. No one will ever love someone as cold and cruel as you. I didn't answer. I just opened the door and waited. Slowly, defeated, they shuffled out, leaving behind them the wreckage of what was once, by name only, a family. As the door clicked shut, Hayden's parting words echoed in the sudden, profound silence of my apartment. Miserable and alone. Maybe. But for the first time in my adult life, I was also free. The silence that descended after they left wasn't just the absence of their voices, it was the absence of expectation, of obligation, of the constant, gnawing weight of their problems. I changed the locks the next day, I blocked their numbers, I set up email filters that sent anything from their addresses directly to a folder I named Oblivion. It felt like performing an exorcism on my own life. Simone called a few days after the big blow-up, having heard a garbled third-hand account from a mutual acquaintance who'd gotten an earful from a distraught Stephanie. So, Simone said, her voice cautious, the mushroom cloud has settled? You could say that, I replied, swirling the wine in my glass. I was sitting on my balcony, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and purple. It was peaceful. The city's still standing, mostly. My part of it, anyway. And them? Last I heard, Hayden was trying to declare bankruptcy, but the IRS isn't exactly sympathetic to oops, I forgot to declare hundreds of thousands in gifts and gambling proceeds and then lied about it. Mom and Dad are apparently scrambling to deal with the second mortgage fallout and the distinct possibility of those obstruction charges Agent Rose mentioned. Their social circle has suddenly become very small. Karma's a patient accountant, isn't she? Simone mused. Takes her time, but her ledgers always balance. Indeed, I said, taking a sip of wine, and her interest rates are brutal. Life settled into a new rhythm. A quiet rhythm. At first, the silence was jarring. I'd catch myself bracing for a frantic call, a tearful demand, a manufactured crisis. But the phone remained quiet. My email inbox was blessedly free of their drama. The knot in my stomach, the one that had been a permanent resident for as long as I could remember, slowly began to unwind. I started investing in myself, literally and figuratively. The money I was no longer pouring into the black hole of my family's irresponsibility went into a proper investment account. I enrolled in a pottery class I'd always wanted to try. I started hiking on weekends, exploring trails, breathing fresh air, clearing my head. One Saturday, about a season after the final confrontation, a thin, plain envelope arrived. No return address, but I recognized Dad's spidery handwriting. My first instinct was to toss it into the Oblivion folder, unread. But curiosity, or perhaps a lingering sliver of something I couldn't quite name, made me open it. It was short, just a few lines. Addison, it read, I know this won't change anything, but I am sorry. For my part in it all. For not being a better father, for not protecting you. We are dealing with the consequences. I hope someday you find happiness. Norman. I read it twice. It wasn't an apology designed to reel me back in. There were no excuses, no deflections, no guilt trips. Just a simple, stark admission. I folded the letter and put it in a drawer. I didn't reply. There was nothing to say. Acknowledging his pain wouldn't lessen mine, nor would it magically repair the years of damage. But it was a period at the end of a very long, very painful sentence. The news about Bodie Lynch trickled through eventually, not from my family, but from a news clipping. Simone forwarded me a small article about a crackdown on illegal lending operations. His name was mentioned, no details about Hayden's involvement, thankfully for her, but it was clear his enterprise was being dismantled. Whether he ever came looking for Hayden's outstanding principal, I didn't know, and frankly, didn't care. That was her storm to weather. I saw Hayden once, unexpectedly. I was in a discount department store, looking for new towels. She was behind a checkout counter, wearing an ill-fitting store vest, her usually vibrant hair dull, her nails unmanicured. She looked tired, worn down. Our eyes met for a fleeting second. A flicker of recognition, then shame crossed her face before she quickly looked away, focusing intently on scanning a customer's items. I paid for my towels at a different register and left. There was no satisfaction in seeing her like that, just a quiet affirmation that choices have cost. Sometimes, late at night, when the city outside my window was hushed, Hayden's final words would echo faintly. You'll be miserable and alone forever. Was I alone? Yes, in a way. The family I had known was gone, shattered by their own hands with a final push from mine. But miserable? No. I looked around my small, tidy apartment. My pottery attempts, lopsided but colorful, sat on a shelf. Photos from my hiking trips were pinned to a corkboard. My finances were stable, my future my own to design. The quiet in my life wasn't emptiness. It was space. Space to breathe, to grow, to build something new, something just for me. They called me the architect of their consequences. They were right. It was a heavy blueprint to draw and an even heavier one to build. But for the first time, my own house felt stable, built on foundations they could no longer shake. The silence in my life wasn't empty. It was the sound of freedom. And it was, in its own way, profoundly, deeply satisfying.
The day I buried my father, I came home to find another woman living in my house. Just like that, as if grief wasn't enough, I walked through my front door to see her perched on my kitchen counter, wearing my husband's favourite shirt, drinking coffee from my father's old mug. I'm Sophia, and this is how I learned that revenge is best served with a smile. "Oh, you're back! Early!" Viviana chirped, like we were old friends, and this was perfectly normal. My husband Tyler stood behind her, his hand on her waist, wearing the guilty expression of a man who thought he could manage both worlds indefinitely. I set my purse down slowly, my black funeral dress suddenly feeling too tight. "Early? From burying my father?" "Sophia, honey." My mother-in-law Audrey's voice sliced through the tension as she emerged from the guest room. "We need to talk about arrangements going forward. Viviana will be staying with us for a while." The universe has a sick sense of humour. 3 weeks of watching cancer take my father, of holding his hand while he whispered his final pieces of wisdom, and this was my welcome home party. "Arrangements," I repeated, my voice steady despite the scream building in my throat. "In my house." Tyler stepped forward, all rehearsed sympathy. "Baby, I know this is a shock, but you've been distant, grieving. A real marriage needs... A real woman would understand his needs," Audrey cut in, her perfectly manicured hand patting my shoulder. "You've been so wrapped up in your father's illness, dear. Men require attention." I looked at the mug in Viviana's hands, the one Dad gave me when I passed the bar exam. "Put that down," I said quietly. "What?" Viviana blinked, confused. The mug. "Put it down and get out." Tyler moved between us. "Sophia, you're being hysterical. This isn't like you." "You're right." I smiled and they all flinched. The old Sophia would scream, cry, throw things. But my father taught me better. I walked to the kitchen counter, took the mug from Viviana's hands, and washed it carefully. "You have 1 hour to get your things and leave." Audrey laughed. That practiced, condescending sound I'd endured for 7 years of marriage. "Darling, you can't just..." "1 hour," I repeated, drying the mug. "Or I call the police and have you removed for trespassing." "This is my house too." Tyler's voice rose, that familiar vein in his neck pulsing. "You can't just..." "Can't I?" I set the mug in its place. "Interesting assumption." Viviana slid off the counter, finally looking uncertain. "Tyler, maybe we should..." "No!" He slammed his hand on the counter. "Sophia, you're grieving. You're not thinking clearly. I've given you everything. This house, your lifestyle, everything." I thought about Dad's last words, his papery hands gripping mine. "Remember, butterfly. When you offer gold to snakes, they'll still try to bite. Protect yourself. Tyler, I said softly, what makes you think you gave me anything? His face reddened. I bought this house. My company. Did you? I pulled out my phone, scrolling through my contacts. Should we call the property office? Or maybe we should discuss where the startup capital for your precious company really came from. The silence was delicious. Audrey's perfect mask cracked slightly. Tyler's mouth opened and closed like a fish. 1 hour, I repeated. And Viviana, that shirt you're wearing? It's Valentino. I'll take it now. She stripped it off, standing there in her tank top, face burning. I dropped the shirt in the trash. Sophia, Tyler tried again, softer now. Baby, let's talk about this. You're hurt, I understand, but 55 minutes, I checked my watch. And counting. They didn't move. I pulled out my phone again and dialed. Who are you calling? Audrey demanded. Annalise, I said, watching their faces pale. My best friend, and, coincidentally, the most ruthless lawyer in the state. Is everything ready? The answer made me smile. Dad was right. Snakes will always show their nature. But he forgot to mention one thing. Butterflies can have venom too. I hung up and faced my husband, his mother, and his mistress. Time's ticking, and trust me, you don't want to be here when the clock runs out. Finally, they moved. As they scrambled to gather their things, I sat at the kitchen table, cradling Dad's old mug. 7 years of marriage, of playing the perfect wife, of letting Audrey's barbs slide, of supporting Tyler's dreams while shelving my own. It all ended with a whimper, not a bang. But this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. I took a sip of coffee and watched them scurry. Dad always said revenge is a poison that kills the soul, but he never saw his little girl treated like this. Sometimes poison is exactly what the doctor ordered. They're going to fight this, Annalise said, spreading documents across my dining room table. Tyler's already called 3 times threatening legal action. I poured us both wine, watching the evening sun cast shadows through the windows of what was now, officially and solely, my house. Let them fight. How many names are on the deed? Just one? She grinned, tapping the property title. Your father was brilliant, putting everything in your name before the wedding. Tyler never even checked. The memory of Dad signing these papers flooded back. Marriage is beautiful, he'd said, but protect yourself first, butterfly. Love shouldn't cost you everything. My phone buzzed again. Tyler, I silenced it. What about the accounts? I asked. All secured. Annalise pulled up her laptop. The joint accounts are frozen, and I've already transferred your personal assets, including those company shares. The ones Tyler convinced me to buy with my inheritance. I sipped my wine. Funny how he forgot that part. Not just funny, legally binding. Annalise's eyes gleamed. You own 15% of his company outright. And guess what our PI found? She slid over a manila envelope. Inside were photos of Viviana leaving hotels, receipts for jewellery, and, most damning, bank statements showing company funds being funneled into personal accounts. They've been at it for 8 months, Annalise explained. While you were caring for your father, they were charging their little romance to the company card. My hand tightened around the wine glass. 8 months. All those nights I'd called, crying about Dad's deteriorating condition, and Tyler had been with her. There's more, Annalise continued, pulling out another file. Your mother-in-law's been busy too. Look at these consulting fees. The numbers made me laugh. 60,000 a month. For what? Teaching Tyler how to be a mama's boy. For fraud. Annalise's smile turned predatory. Audrey's been siphoning company money through a shell corporation. The best part? Tyler signed off on everything. My phone buzzed again, this time with a text from Audrey. You're making a terrible mistake. Tyler's willing to forgive you. Forgive me? I showed Annalise the message. That's rich. Speaking of rich, she pulled out another document. Remember that downtown property Tyler's company just bought? Guess who owned the shell company that sold it? Audrey, I breathed. Bingo. She made millions on the flip using insider information. The SEC would love to hear about that. My doorbell rang. Through the security camera, I saw Tyler standing there, looking disheveled. "Sophia!" he shouted. "Open the door! This is still my house!" I pressed the intercom. "Is it? Check your mail, Tyler." "What are you talking about?" "The certified letter from my lawyer. You know, the one explaining that you have no legal claim to this property. The one detailing how attempting to enter constitutes criminal trespassing." His face contorted. "You can't do this to me after everything I've given you." "Given me?" I laughed. "Let's talk about what you've taken. My time, my money, my dignity. Oh, and apparently my coffee mugs." "This isn't you," he pleaded. "You're not this person." "You're right. I'm not the person you married. That woman died watching her father take his last breath while her husband was screwing his assistant." Annalise appeared beside me, phone in hand. "Should I call the police, or would you prefer to leave on your own?" Tyler's face darkened. "You think you can just destroy everything we built?" "We?" I pressed my hand against the door. "I built this, Tyler. My father's money built your company. My connections brought in your investors. My sacrifice gave you everything. And now, I'm taking it all back." He opened his mouth to argue, but his phone rang. From his expression, I knew exactly who it was. "Better take that," I said sweetly. "It might be your biggest investor, wondering why company funds were used to buy Viviana's apartment." He answered the phone, walking away quickly, his free hand pulling at his hair, a nervous tell I'd known for years. Annalise closed the security app. "You know they'll try to fight the share transfers." "Let them." I returned to the dining room, picking up the photo of Audrey leaving the bank. "The longer they fight, the more we find. Have you seen the look on his face when he realizes he's not in control? Almost as good as Audrey's face will look when the board sees these numbers." Annalise raised her glass. "To karma." "To Dad," I corrected, clinking glasses. "He always said the truth comes out eventually." My phone pinged with an alert from the PI, new photos arriving. I opened the file and felt my breath catch. There was Audrey, leaving another bank, carrying documents marked with the company logo. "Well," I showed Annalise the image. "Looks like Mama's been busy today." "Perfect timing," Annalise grinned. "The SEC loves fresh evidence." I looked around my quiet house, remembering all the dinner parties, all the times I'd played the perfect hostess, while Audrey criticized every detail. Now, the table held the weapons of their destruction, papers, photos, proof. "Send everything," I said. "It's time they learned what happens when you underestimate a grieving daughter." I watched through my security cameras as their car pulled into the driveway. Tyler, Audrey, and Viviana returning from their weekend getaway. A last hurrah before reality hit. They'd find it waiting on the front lawn. Every single thing they owned piled neatly on the sidewalk. "What the hell?" Tyler's voice carried through the camera's audio as he slammed his car door. "Sophia, what is this?" I stepped onto the balcony, looking down at them. "Welcome home. Or should I say, welcome to the sidewalk?" Viviana rushed to her designer bags, sprawled across the grass. "These are worth thousands. Then you should probably grab them before someone else does." I smiled, watching Audrey's face turn an interesting shade of purple. "You've lost your mind," Audrey sputtered, marching toward the front door. The new lock stopped her cold. "Open this door immediately." "No, I don't think I will." I held up a stack of papers. "But I do have some light reading for you. Restraining orders, trespassing warnings, and, my personal favourite, A cease and desist regarding company assets. Tyler stormed forward. You can't do this. I'm your husband. Correction, you were my husband. Now you're just a man who cheated on his wife while she watched her father die. I tossed the papers down, watching them scatter. Careful with those. They're legally binding. Sophia! Viviana stepped forward, hands pressed to her stomach. You need to know. I'm pregnant. I laughed. I couldn't help it. Really? That's interesting, considering the medical records my PI obtained showing you renewed your birth control prescription last week. Her face crumpled. Tyler whirled on her. You said you were sure. Oh, trouble in paradise? I leaned on the railing. Don't worry, Tyler. I'm sure your mother can buy you another girlfriend. She's good at spending company money, isn't she? Audrey's head snapped up. What are you implying? Nothing yet. But the SEC might have some questions about those consulting fees. $60,000 a month is quite a rate for doing absolutely nothing. A crowd was gathering now, neighbours pretending to walk their dogs, delivery drivers slowing down. Perfect. You're making a scene, Tyler hissed. No, you made the scene when you moved your mistress into our house the day I buried my father. I straightened up. You have 30 minutes to remove your belongings from my property. After that, they're going to charity. Your property? Audrey scoffed. This house was bought with Tyler's money. Wrong again. I held up another document. This house was my inheritance. Dad put it in my name before the wedding. Check the deed. If you can read through all that Botox. Tyler's phone started ringing. He checked it and his face went pale. It's the board of directors. They probably want to discuss the anonymous tip they received about financial irregularities. I checked my watch. 25 minutes now. Tick, tock. They scrambled for their belongings, dignity forgotten. Viviana crying over her bags, Audrey trying to maintain composure while carrying armfuls of her designer clothes, Tyler attempting to salvage both his phone call and what remained of his authority. This isn't over, he shouted up at me between trips to the car. You're right. I held up my phone. I'm recording this for my lawyer. Please, threaten me again. He shut up after that. As they loaded the last of their things, a familiar face appeared at the end of the driveway. Jordan, Tyler's former best friend and business partner, the one Audrey had convinced Tyler to push out years ago. Well, well, he called out, hands in his pockets. I'm back in town and I've been waiting for this. Tyler's face went from red to white. Jordan? Hey, buddy. Jordan's smile was all teeth. Remember those NDAs you made me sign? Guess what happens when there's evidence of corporate fraud? Audrey grabbed Tyler's arm. Don't engage. Our lawyers will handle this. Your lawyers? I called down. Better check your accounts first. Freezing those assets was step one. They piled into their cars, Viviana's designer bags crammed in the trunk, Audrey's perfectly curated life reduced to boxes in the back seat. As they pulled away, Jordan looked up at me. Nice show, he said. Need any help cleaning up? I thought about my father's funeral, how Tyler hadn't even bothered to hold my hand as they lowered the casket, how Audrey had whispered that I was making a spectacle when I cried. No, I replied, watching their cars disappear. But I could use your help with phase 2. Jordan's smile widened. I thought you'd never ask. I've got files they won't want the investors to see. I looked at the empty driveway, remembering all the times I'd waited here for Tyler to come home, making excuses for his late nights at the office. Now I knew exactly where he'd been, and exactly what it would cost him. Perfect, I said. Let's make them regret every single lie. Your husband's company lost 40% of its value this morning, Jordan said, sliding a tablet across my kitchen counter. Turns out, investors don't like finding out their money funded someone's affair. I poured him coffee in Dad's old mug, a small gesture of trust. How bad is it? 3 board members resigned after those financial records leaked, the ones showing Audrey's consulting fees. He grinned. Funny how quickly rats abandon a sinking ship. My phone buzzed with a text from Viviana. We need to talk privately. Speaking of rats, I showed Jordan the message. Think she's ready to turn? Only one way to find out. I met Viviana at a coffee shop downtown. She'd lost the designer confidence, now fidgeting in last season's clothes. The pregnancy test was fake, she blurted before I could sit down. Tyler told me to do it. I know. I placed my phone on the table, recording app open. Want to tell me what else Tyler told you to do? Her eyes darted to the phone. He'll kill me. No, he won't. But the SEC might be interested in how you helped him move company money around. She broke like cheap glass. It was Audrey's idea. She said I could have everything you had. The house, the lifestyle, Tyler. She showed me how to backdate expense reports, set up fake vendor accounts. And the affair, when did that start? Last Christmas. Tears smeared her mascara. At the company party. You were at the hospital with your dad. I remembered that night. Dad had coded twice. I'd called Tyler 17 times. Keep talking, I said, pushing down the memory. She spilled everything. Dates, amounts, account numbers. By the time she finished, my coffee was cold, and my recording had enough to bury them all. What happens now? She asked. Now? You leave town tonight. Because when this hits the news tomorrow, you don't want to be here. Back home, Jordan was on the phone with investors while Annalise reviewed the recording. This is gold, Annalise said, but the real prize just landed in my inbox. Audrey's financial advisor finally cracked. She pulled up emails showing Audrey had been forging Tyler's signature on company documents for years. Millions siphoned through fake consultancy firms, all leading back to offshore accounts. Mother of the year, Jordan muttered. Want me to leak it? Not yet. I had a better idea. Set up a meeting with Audrey, just her. 2 hours later, Audrey sat across from me in my living room, all false bravado and expensive perfume. Come to apologise? She asked. Actually, I slid the financial documents across the coffee table. I came to negotiate. She barely glanced at them. These prove nothing. Really? Because the SEC thinks they prove quite a lot. Fraud, forgery, insider trading. You wouldn't dare. But her hand shook as she reached for her water glass. Try me, or... I leaned back. You could resign. All boards, all companies. Release a statement about wanting to spend time with family. Disappear quietly. And if I don't, then tomorrow morning, every financial publication gets proof that you stole millions from your own son's company. Tyler goes to prison, you go to prison, and I smiled. I get to watch. Her mask cracked. You vindictive little... Careful, I cut her off. Your next words determine whether you retire in comfort or an orange jumpsuit. She stood abruptly, pacing. You think you've won. You think this makes you strong. No, Audrey. Watching my father die made me strong. You and Tyler just made me angry. Tyler was right. You changed after your father died. I woke up. There's a difference. I handed her a pre-written statement. You have 1 hour to decide. Choose wisely. After she left, Jordan emerged from my home office where he'd been listening. She'll cave, he said. She loves her reputation more than she loves Tyler. I know. I picked up my laptop, opening a document I'd been working on. How's this for a title? Sleeping with Snakes, My Marriage to a Man Raised by One. Jordan read the first page of my memoir and whistled. This will destroy them. That's the point. My phone rang. Annalise. Turn on the news, she said. Audrey's at some charity luncheon and, well, just watch. I flipped on the TV to see Audrey being carried out on a stretcher, apparently having suffered a stroke mid-speech. Convenient timing, Jordan remarked. I watched the footage carefully. Something was off about how she fell, how her hand clutched her chest rather than her head. Too convenient, I said. She's playing for sympathy, trying to delay the inevitable. Jordan raised an eyebrow. What now? I closed my laptop, thinking of Dad's last smile, his final lesson about standing your ground. Now, I smiled. Now we show her what real pain looks like. Your mother-in-law's miraculous recovery took exactly 3 days, Annalise announced, striding into the courtroom. Just long enough to miss her deposition. I smoothed my black dress, the same one I'd worn to Dad's funeral. How convenient. The judge wasn't impressed. Annalise's heels clicked against the marble floor. Especially after I showed him her credit card statement. Apparently, stroke victims don't go shopping at Gucci the day after their collapse. The courtroom doors burst open. Tyler stormed in, his once expensive suit now wrinkled, his face unshaven. You've ruined my life, he shouted across the room. Are you happy now? Security moved toward him, but I held up my hand. Let him speak. I want everyone to hear this. I gave you everything. His voice cracked. And you destroyed it all because what? I found someone who actually cared about my needs? Your needs? I stood slowly. Let's talk about needs, Tyler. I needed my husband when my father was dying. Where were you? I was building our future. You were building a life with your mistress using stolen money. I nodded to Annalise, who started playing an audio file on her tablet. Viviana's voice filled the courtroom. Tyler told me to fake the pregnancy. He said it would make Sophia look hysterical when she found out about us. Tyler's face went white. That's not... She's lying. Really? I pulled out my phone. Should we call the clinic where you took her for the fake test? The one you paid for with the company card? Before he could respond, the doors opened again. Viviana walked in, flanked by 2 SEC agents. Hello, Tyler, she said quietly. I told them everything. He lunged toward her. You promised... Order. The judge's gavel cracked like a gunshot. Mr. Hall, control yourself or be removed. Viviana took the stand, her designer confidence stripped away. For 3 hours she detailed every transaction, every forged document, every lie. Tyler slumped lower with each revelation. And Mrs. Hall, Audrey, Viviana continued, she said Sophia was weak, that Tyler deserved someone stronger. She helped us set up the accounts. During a recess, Tyler approached me in the hallway. I'll give you anything. Just stop this. Anything. I smiled. Like when I begged you to come to Dad's chemo treatments? Or when I pleaded with you to spend one night. Just one at the hospice. That was different. You're right. That was about love and loyalty. This is about justice. His lawyer called him away, whispering urgently about plea deals and asset forfeitures. I watched him go, remembering our wedding day, how Dad had pulled him aside. Take care of my butterfly. Back in session, the evidence mounted. Company emails, bank statements, hotel receipts. Tyler's empire crumbled in real time. Your Honor, Annalise stood, we have one final witness. The courtroom doors opened one last time. Audrey walked in, her stroke forgotten in her rage. You ungrateful little witch, she spat as she passed me. Mrs. Hall, the judge warned, control yourself. On the stand, Audrey's performance was Oscar-worthy. She spoke of Tyler's hard work, my emotional instability, her own innocent role as a concerned mother. Then Annalise started her cross-examination. Mrs. Hall, can you explain these transfers? She projected bank statements onto the screen. $6 million moved through shell companies, all registered to your address? Business consulting? For what services exactly? Because our forensic accountants found no evidence of any work performed. Audrey's mask cracked. I was protecting my son's interests. By stealing from his company? By securing his future? Audrey stood pointing at me. She never deserved him. She was supposed to be broken after her father died. She was supposed to let Tyler go. The courtroom fell silent. Even her lawyer looked stunned. To be clear, Annalise said quietly, you're admitting to orchestrating this entire situation? The affair, the fraud, all of it? Audrey's face went from red to white as she realised what she'd done. The judge had heard enough. Within hours, temporary orders were issued freezing all assets. Tyler received court summons for fraud, misuse of investor funds, and breach of fiduciary duty. As we left the courthouse, a courier handed me an envelope. Inside was a photo that made my blood run cold. My father with Audrey, dated 25 years ago. They were smiling, his hand on her waist. What is this? I whispered. Annalise peered at the photo. Sophia. When exactly did your parents get married? I stared at the date stamp, my mind racing. 25 years ago, 9 months before Tyler was born. I need to talk to my mother, I said, my voice shaking. Now. The victory I just won suddenly felt hollow as a new, more personal battle loomed. Because if what I suspected was true, this wasn't just about revenge anymore. This was about family. My mother's hand shook as she held the photograph. We sat in her kitchen, the same one where Dad used to make Sunday pancakes, where he'd taught me to always face hard truths head on. Mum, I said softly, I need you to tell me everything. She burst into tears. Your father, he had another life long ago. Audrey was part of it. Before you? During. She wiped her eyes. We were separated for 6 months. He and Audrey, it was brief but intense. The implications hit me like a physical blow. Mum, please tell me Tyler isn't... I don't know, she whispered. Audrey was pregnant when your father came back to me. She disappeared for a while, then resurfaced married to Robert Hall. My head spun. Could I have accidentally married my half-brother? The thought made me sick. Why didn't you tell me? Edmund made me promise. She pulled out an old letter from her kitchen drawer. He wrote this before he died. Said to give it to you if the truth ever came out. I opened it with trembling fingers. My dearest butterfly, if you're reading this, you've discovered my greatest shame. The months I spent with Audrey nearly destroyed everything I held dear. When she told me she was pregnant, I was ready to leave your mother. But then I discovered Audrey's other relationships. She'd been seeing Robert Hall the entire time. I never knew if the child was mine. Audrey refused a paternity test, married Robert and named him as the father. I chose to return to your mother, to rebuild what I'd broken. It was the best decision I ever made. I'm sorry for keeping this from you. I hope you can forgive me. Love, Dad. We need a DNA test, I said, standing up. Now. Annalise arranged it quietly through a private lab. The waiting was excruciating. If he's your brother, she said, the marriage is automatically void. Everything you've done legally still stands, but I'll have committed emotional incest, I finished, feeling nauseated. 3 days later, we had our answer. I stared at the results in my living room, Jordan and Annalise on either side of me. 0% probability of sibling relationship, Annalise read aloud. Tyler isn't your brother. The relief was overwhelming. So, Robert Hall really was his father. Looks like Audrey's been lying longer than we thought, Jordan said. My phone rang Tyler's number. Don't answer it, Annalise warned, but I did. Hello? I know about the DNA test, he slurred, obviously drunk. Mother dearest finally told me everything. Happy now? You've destroyed every part of my life. You did that yourself, Tyler. Did I? He laughed bitterly. You know what's funny? I actually loved you once. Before Mother showed me how weak you were, how you'd never be good enough. Goodbye, Tyler. Wait, his voice cracked. I have nothing left. No company, no money, no reputation. Even Viviana's gone public with her story. Help me, please. For a moment, I remembered the man I'd married, the one who used to bring me coffee in bed, who danced with me in the rain on our first date. You want help? I said quietly. Here's the truth. Your mother manipulated you your entire life. She pushed away anyone who truly cared about you. And you let her, because it was easier than standing up to her. Silence on the line. The man I married died long before I found Viviana in our kitchen, I continued. He died the moment he chose his mother's approval over his wife's love. Sophia, goodbye, Tyler. For real this time. I hung up, feeling strangely empty. You okay? Jordan asked. No, I admitted. I'm angry, not just at Tyler or Audrey, but at my father too. He knew what kind of woman she was and never warned me. Maybe he thought he was protecting you, Annalise suggested. Or maybe he was protecting himself, I said. His shame let Audrey hurt me in ways he never imagined. Jordan touched my shoulder. What now? I looked at the DNA results then at Dad's letter. All these secrets, all these lies spanning decades, the weight of them had crushed so many lives. Now, I picked up my laptop. Now I finish my book. Every dirty secret, every manipulation, every lie, it all comes out. They'll try to stop you, Annalise warned. Let them try. I opened the document and began typing. The truth destroyed my marriage. It's only fair it destroys their lives too. As I wrote, I could almost hear Dad's voice. Be careful, butterfly. Revenge can consume you. But he was wrong about that too. This wasn't just revenge anymore. This was liberation. From Tyler's betrayal, from Audrey's manipulation, and yes, even from Dad's well-meaning lies. The truth, as they say, shall set you free. Let me in, Sophia. Tyler's drunken voice echoed through my security system. We need to talk. I watched him sway on my doorstep through the camera feed. 3 months since the court proceedings began, and he'd finally cracked. Jordan, I spoke into my phone, you recording this? Every second, he replied. Keep him talking. I pressed the intercom. Talk about what, Tyler? How you destroyed your company? How you let your mother control your entire life? I lost everything because of you. He slammed his hand against the door. The board voted me out today. Did you know that? Your friend Jordan's taking over as CEO. Actually, I did know. I voted my shares in favour of it. He laughed hysterically. Of course you did. You and Jordan probably planned this from the start. Were you sleeping with him too? You're the only cheater in this marriage, Tyler. I kept my voice steady. Want to talk about that? About how you spent my father's last Christmas with Viviana while I sat alone in the hospital? I made mistakes. He slid down against the door. I know that now. Mother, she always said you were too weak, too focused on your father. She said a real man needed more. And now, what does Mother Dearest say now that her fraud charges have been filed? His voice broke. She won't talk to me. No one will. Viviana's book deal, the interview she's doing. Karma's a bitter pill, isn't it? Help me, he whispered. Please, I'll admit everything. The affairs, the money, all of it. Just make it stop. I opened the door. He fell backward, looking up at me from the floor. The mighty Tyler Hall reduced to a drunk mess on my doorstep. You want to confess? I held up my phone. Start talking. And he did. For 2 hours, he spilled everything. How Audrey had orchestrated the affair with Viviana. How they'd systematically siphoned money through fake accounts. how they'd planned to push me out once my father died, assuming grief would break me. "I never thought you'd fight back," he admitted. "Mother said you'd crumble." "Your mother never knew me," I said, stopping the recording. "Neither did you." "What happens now?" "Now?" I smiled. "Now this recording goes to the prosecutors, along with a few other surprises." His eyes widened. "What surprises?" "Remember Jordan's NDAs? The ones your mother made you force him to sign? Turns out they're void if criminal activity is involved. He's been keeping receipts for years." Tyler stumbled to his feet. "You can't." "I already did. The SEC has everything. The FBI too. You might want to call your lawyer." As if on cue, his phone rang. His face went pale as he answered it. No, I'm not fleeing. I'm at... Yes, I understand." He hung up, swaying slightly. "They're issuing arrest warrants. For me and Mother." "I know," I checked my watch. "They should be picking her up from her yoga class right about now." He lunged at me suddenly, but years of rage had made him clumsy. I stepped aside, and he crashed into the wall. "Security's already called the police," I said calmly. "Should I add assault charges to your list?" He slumped to the floor, crying. This broken man had once been my everything. Now he was just pathetic. The police arrived within minutes. As they led him away in handcuffs, he looked back at me one last time. "I did love you once," he said. "No," I replied. "You loved the idea of me. The quiet, supportive wife who'd never challenge you or your mother. That woman died the day you moved your mistress into our home." After they left, Jordan and Annalise came over. The news was already breaking across financial networks. Tech CEO arrested for fraud, mother implicated in scheme. "Viviana's interview airs tomorrow," Annalise said, pouring wine. "The morning shows are calling it explosive." "And the company?" I asked Jordan. "Stock's stabilizing. The board's confident about the restructuring." He smiled. "Being CEO suits me." "With a silent partner," I added, raising my glass. My phone buzzed, a news alert. They were showing Audrey being led out of her yoga studio in handcuffs, her perfect mask finally cracking as reporters swarmed. "Your memoir drops next week," Annalise reminded me. "Ready to see your name on the bestseller list?" I thought about Dad, about his last words, about protecting myself. He'd been trying to shield me from his past mistakes, never realizing he'd taught me something more valuable, how to rise from the ashes of betrayal. "You know what's funny?" I said, watching Audrey's arrest footage again. "They thought they were breaking a wife. Instead, they created their own destruction." The doorbell rang. More reporters, probably. But I didn't need to answer. My story was already written, my revenge served cold and complete. Let them stand outside. I was finally free inside. The prison visiting room smelled like cheap coffee and regret. I sat across from Tyler, watching him fidget in his orange jumpsuit. He'd lost weight, his designer stubble replaced by unkempt scruff. "Why are you here?" he asked. I placed a photo of my father on the table between us. "To show you something you never understood." "Your father?" He wouldn't meet my eyes. "What about him?" "This was taken the day I passed the bar exam. See how proud he looks?" I tapped the image. "That's what a real man looks like, Tyler. Someone who builds people up instead of tearing them down." "Is that why you came? To gloat?" "No." I pulled out a stack of papers. "I came to give you these. Divorce papers already signed. You get nothing, but you already knew that." He stared at the papers, then at me. "Your book. Everyone's reading it." "Everyone except Audrey. She's still claiming medical inability to stand trial." I smiled. "Funny how her stroke keeps coming and going." "She hasn't visited," he said quietly. "No one has, except you. That's the thing about manipulators, Tyler. When they can't use you anymore, they disappear." A guard approached. "Time's up." I stood, gathering my purse. Goodbye, Tyler. Wait! His handcuffs clinked against the table. Was any of it real? Us? Once, I admitted. Before you let your mother turn you into someone I couldn't recognize. Back home, I walked into what used to be Dad's study. I'd transformed it into my writing room, his old desk now covered with letters from readers sharing their own stories of betrayal and redemption. My phone buzzed. Jordan. Board meeting's done. The company's officially stable. And my shares? Worth triple what they were under Tyler. Sweet justice, right? I hung up and opened my laptop, starting a new document. The cursor blinked, waiting. The doorbell rang. Viviana stood there, looking nervous. I didn't know if you'd see me, she said. Come in. I led her to the kitchen, the same spot where this all began. She placed an envelope on the counter. My publisher wants to do a follow-up book about everything. I wanted to ask if that's okay. Why wouldn't it be? Because, she twisted her hands, I destroyed your marriage. No, I poured us both coffee, deliberately using Dad's old mug. Tyler and Audrey destroyed my marriage. You were just their weapon of choice. I'm sorry anyway. She looked around. This house, it's different now. Because it's mine. Really, mine. I sipped my coffee. Tell your story, Viviana. Just remember, karma watches everything. After she left, I returned to my writing room. A new email waited. Audrey's medical condition had been exposed. Her trial would proceed next month. My mother called next. The reporters are asking about the old photos again, about Edmund and Audrey. Tell them the truth, I said. Let them see who she really is. Are you happy? She asked suddenly. With how everything turned out? I looked at Dad's photo on my desk. I'm free. That's better than happy. The sun was setting when Annalise came over with takeout and files. Tyler signed the papers, she announced. It's done. Not quite. I opened my laptop, showing her the new document. I'm writing again. Another memoir? No, a letter to my father. I started typing. Dear Dad, you taught me to protect myself, but you never taught me how strong I could be. That was a lesson I had to learn alone. Your butterfly didn't just spread her wings. She learned to weather the storm. Annalise read over my shoulder. You're not posting this anywhere? No, this one's just for me. We ate dinner on my back porch, watching the stars emerge. No more pretending at perfect dinner parties. No more enduring Audrey's critical glances. No more waiting up for a husband who was never coming home. You know what the best revenge was? I said, finishing my wine. Living well. And the worst? Realizing revenge doesn't fill the holes they left. I stood, gathering our plates. But it does clear the ground for something new to grow. Inside, I washed Dad's old coffee mug one last time. Tomorrow it would go in a memory box, along with the photo from the prison and the letter I'd just written. Not forgotten, but not controlling my future either. The house creaked softly, settling into night. My house, my life, my story. They thought they were breaking a wife. They never saw the phoenix rising. I closed my laptop, leaving the cursor blinking on the final line of my letter to Dad. Your butterfly learned to fly through fire. And Dad? The view from here is beautiful.
The crisp white envelope on the kitchen counter looked like any other bill, maybe a reminder for a dental checkup. But the return address, Evergreen Fertility Clinic, made my breath snag in my throat. My heart began a frantic thrum against my ribs, a trapped bird. Dale wasn't home yet, his usual Wednesday late night at the office. Just me and this envelope. I'm Violet, by the way. 32 years old, married for 5, and for the last 3 of those years, my life had revolved around one singular, all-consuming goal, having a baby. This clinic, these people, They held our future in their sterile gloved hands. My fingers, suddenly clumsy, fumbled with the flap. The paper inside was thick, expensive feeling which somehow made it worse. Dear patient, it began, impersonal and cold. This letter is to inform you of a change to your scheduled treatment plan. Due to non-payment of the outstanding balance for Cycle 3 IVF services, we regret to inform you that your treatment has been discontinued, effective immediately. To discuss potential reinstatement, please contact our billing department at your earliest convenience. Discontinued, non-payment. The words swam. I read them again, then a third time. A buzzing started in my ears, loud and insistent like a trapped wasp. This had to be a mistake, a colossal, idiotic admin error. We'd paid. Of course, we'd paid. This cycle, our third and financially our very last shot, was everything. I'd transferred my half of the funds only last Tuesday. My entire savings, a small inheritance from my grandmother, every penny I'd squirreled away from my freelance graphic design work. I'd watched the balance leave my account, a nerve-wracking click of a button that represented so much hope. Dale was supposed to have transferred his share, the larger portion from our joint savings, weeks ago. He'd even shown me the confirmation on his banking app, a quick flash of the screen before he tucked his phone away. All sorted, Vi, he'd said, kissing my forehead. Baby Bryant, here we come. 3 years. 3 years of hormone injections that left me bloated and bruised, my stomach a patchwork of tiny purple marks. 3 years of early morning appointments, of sitting in waiting rooms filled with other women whose eyes held that same desperate, fragile hope. The invasive procedures, the emotional seesaw of raised hopes and crashing disappointments. We'd mortgaged a piece of our future for this. We'd put holidays on hold, dinners out became a rarity, new clothes and extravagance we couldn't justify. Every spare thought, every spare dollar went into the Baby Hope Fund, the name Dale had jokingly given our dedicated savings account. No, I whispered. The sound swallowed by the sudden crushing silence of the kitchen. No, this isn't right. My hand automatically went to my phone, my thumb hovering over the clinic's number. But what would they say? Sorry, Ms. Violet, the money isn't here. The letter was unequivocal. Non-payment. A different kind of cold began to creep through me, starting in my fingertips and spreading inwards, far more chilling than the autumn air drifting through the slightly open window. If my money was there and the clinic said the full amount wasn't. My laptop was on the dining table. I walked towards it, each step feeling heavy, like I was wading through water. The buzzing in my ears intensified. The joint savings account, the Baby Hope Fund. It was earmarked, sacrosanct. We'd agreed. Dale knew. He knew what this meant. I pulled up the banking website, my hands shaking so badly I mistyped the password twice. The cursor blinked impatiently. On the third try, the familiar dashboard loaded. Our names were at the top, Violet and Dale. Checking regular savings, and there it was, Baby Hope Fund. My eyes scanned across to the balance column. For a split second, my brain refused to process the number. It was too small. It was impossible. I blinked, leaned closer to the screen, as if proximity would magically alter the digits. The balance, which should have been well over $50,000 after Dale's supposed transfer, after my recent deposit, read $47.32. The room tilted, not in a dizzy spell kind of way, but as if the entire foundation of my world, everything I believed to be solid and true, had just crumbled beneath my feet. The air punched out of my lungs. The letter slipped from my numb fingers and fluttered to the floor, landing face up, its polite, damning words staring back at me. Where was our money? Where was our future? The sound of Dale's key in the front door lock was like a gunshot in the suffocating silence. I didn't move from the dining table, the laptop screen still glowing with the damning numbers. The clinic letter lay where it had fallen. My hands were clasped so tightly in my lap, my knuckles were white. Vi, you home? He called out, his voice cheerful, oblivious. Footsteps approached the kitchen. Smells good. What's for up? He stopped short when he saw me, his smile faltering. Hey, you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. I just looked at him. My voice, when it finally came, was flat, devoid of inflection. Where is it, Dale? He frowned, setting his briefcase down. Where's what? Dinner? I can grab something if you're not feeling up to cooking. The money, Dale, I said, my gaze flicking to the laptop screen. Our money, the IVF money. He followed my gaze, and for a fleeting second something flickered in his eyes. Recognition, fear. Then it was gone, replaced by a careful blankness. What are you talking about? I transferred it, remember? I showed you. Did you? I picked up the letter from the floor and held it out. Because the clinic seems to have a different story. They say our treatment is discontinued, non-payment. He took the letter, his eyes scanning it quickly. He scoffed, a weak, unconvincing sound. Well, that's ridiculous. It must be some kind of bank error. I'll call them in the morning. Don't bother, I said, my voice still eerily calm. I gestured to the laptop. I already checked the Baby Hope Fund. There's $47 in it, Dale. 47. Where is $50,000? He stared at the screen, then back at me. The color was draining from his face. He opened his mouth, closed it again. He ran a hand through his hair, a nervous habit. Vi, look. Where? Is it? Each word was a chip of ice. He sighed a long, gusty exhalation and slumped into the chair opposite me. He wouldn't meet my eyes. Okay, look, Vera was in some trouble. Real trouble this time? Vera. His perpetually troubled, perpetually bailed out younger sister. A cold knot formed in my stomach. What kind of trouble requires $50,000, Dale? Gambling debts, he mumbled, staring at the tabletop. Some heavy guys were after her. She was terrified by. They were making threats. My breath hitched. Gambling debts? You took our baby money for Vera's gambling debts? The words felt like shards of glass in my mouth. All those injections, all those hopes, all those sacrifices for Vera to throw away at a casino? She's family, he said, his voice rising, a defensive edge creeping in. She was desperate. What was I supposed to do, let them break her legs? What about us? I cried, the calm finally shattering. What about our family? The family we've been trying to build for 3 years? That money was our last chance, Dale. You know that. We can save up again, he said, waving a dismissive hand. It's just money, Vi. Family is more important. Just money? I was on my feet now, trembling. It wasn't just money to me. It was my grandmother's legacy. It was my body pumped full of hormones. It was every single hope I had pinned on this. Just then, as if summoned by the rising tide of drama, the back door opened and Angelina, Dale's mother, swept in. She always used the back door like she owned the place. Her eyes, sharp and critical, took in the scene, my tear-streaked face, Dale's defensive posture. What's all this shouting? She demanded, her gaze settling on me. Dale called, said you were hysterical. He stole our IVF money, Angelina, I choked out. He gave it to Vera to pay off gambling debts. Angelina sniffed, her expression unchanging. Well, Vera is his sister. Family helps family. I don't see what the problem is. You're young. You can try again. Vera was in genuine distress. I stared at her, then at Dale, who was now looking relieved, bolstered by his mother's support. Their united front, their utter dismissal of my pain, of our shared dream, it was like a physical blow. You don't see the problem? I whispered, my voice hoarse. He stole our future. Oh, don't be so dramatic, Violet, Angelina said, patting Dale's shoulder. It's just a setback. Dale did the right thing by his sister. You should be more understanding, more supportive. Selfishness doesn't suit you. Selfishness! The word echoed in the sudden ringing silence. They stood there, mother and son, looking at me as if I were the one who had committed some terrible transgression. Something inside me, something that had been stretched taut for years, didn't just break. It snapped, clean and cold. The tears stopped, the trembling ceased. A strange, icy calm descended. Dale, mistaking my silence for acquiescence, even managed a small, smug smile. You'll forgive me, Vi? He said, his tone confident, almost condescending. You always do. I said nothing. I just looked at him, at both of them. Forgiveness? Oh, he had no idea. He had absolutely no idea what he just unleashed. My mind, suddenly sharp and clear, was already racing, pathways forming, a plan beginning to coalesce in the ruins of my shattered heart. The next morning, Dale acted as if a minor household squabble had been resolved. He whistled while making coffee, chattering about a new project at work. He even tried to kiss me as he left, a light peck on the cheek. I didn't pull away. I let him. Let him think his casual dismissal of our entire future was something I'd just absorbed, like always. Let him believe his mother's pronouncements had pacified me. Have a good day, Vi, he said, grabbing his briefcase. We'll talk more tonight, figure out a new plan for, things. You too, Dale, I replied, my voice even, almost pleasant. The moment the front door clicked shut, I was moving. He thought I was at home, licking my wounds, probably crying into a pillow. He couldn't have been more wrong. My first call was to Samara, my best friend since college, the one person who knew the unvarnished truth of my marriage and my IVF journey. He did what? Samara's voice crackled with indignation through the phone. Violet, that's grand larceny of the heart and the bank account. I know, I said, pacing my small home office, but the way he and Angelina just dismissed it, like I was the one being unreasonable. Samara, something in me just hardened. Good, she said firmly, because understanding Violet needs to take a long vacation. You need a shark, Vi, a legal shark. She paused. I know someone, Claire. She handled my cousin's nightmare divorce, expensive but worth every penny, sharp as a tack and takes no prisoners. An hour later, I was sitting in a sleek minimalist office downtown, across a polished mahogany desk from Claire. She was in her 40s, impeccably dressed, with intelligent eyes that missed nothing. I laid it all out, the years of saving, the emotional toll of the IVF, the clinic letter, the empty bank account, Dale's confession, Angelina's galling interference. I brought printouts of the joint account statements showing my large deposit, and then the subsequent massive withdrawal. I showed her the clinic letter. Claire listened intently, occasionally making a note on a legal pad. She didn't interrupt, her expression neutral but focused. When I finally finished, the silence in the room felt heavy. $50,000 specifically earmarked for IVF from a joint account used by your husband without your consent to pay his sister's gambling debts, Claire summarized, her voice crisp, and his mother supports this. That's the gist of it, I said, feeling a small measure of relief just saying it all to someone who wasn't immediately telling me to be understanding. Okay, Claire said, leaning back in her chair. First, we need to protect what's left, if anything. Do you have any other joint assets, property, investments? Our house, I said. We own it jointly in a small joint investment portfolio, though I suspect that might have been plundered too if he was desperate. We'll initiate proceedings to freeze those assets immediately, Claire stated. It'll prevent him from draining anything further. Then we file for divorce on grounds of financial malfeasance and misappropriation of marital assets. We will sue for the return of your half of the IVF funds and potentially more depending on what else we uncover. Uncover? Claire gave a small knowing smile. People who do this once, Miss Violet, rarely do it only once. We'll do a thorough financial discovery. In the meantime, document everything. Every conversation, every past instance where Vera needed bailing out, every dismissive comment from Dale or his mother, dates, times, specifics. Create a timeline. It all builds a pattern of behavior. I nodded, a grim sense of purpose solidifying within me. This wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about the profound disrespect, the utter betrayal. For the next week, I became a meticulous archivist of my own misery. I combed through old emails, text messages, even my own journals. The number of times Vera had faced a financial crisis that Dale had helped with was staggering. Each time I'd voiced concern, and each time I'd been placated or dismissed. The pattern was undeniable. Dale, meanwhile, was oblivious. He'd occasionally bring up the IVF, saying things like, "We'll get back on track, Vi. I'll start putting extra aside." He seemed to genuinely believe that the $50,000 was just a temporary blip, a problem solved by his magnanimous if misguided gesture to Vera. Then, one evening, he came home beaming. "Guess what?" he announced, pulling me into a hug. "Vera's engaged, some guy named Jarvis. Apparently he's loaded. They're planning a big engagement party in a few weeks." He squeezed me. "See? Things are looking up. It'll be good for us to celebrate something positive, get our minds off, well, you know." I pulled back, forcing a smile. It felt thin, brittle, like a shard of glass. "Engaged? That's fast." "Yeah, well, when you know, right?" he said, grinning. "It'll be a great party. You'll come, of course." My smile widened just a fraction. "Of course, Dale. Positive for whom, though? That's the question." He chuckled, missing the edge in my voice entirely. "For everyone, Vi. For everyone." Little did he know the only positive outcome I was interested in was the one meticulously taking shape in Claire's office and in the cold, resolute corners of my own mind. The next meeting with Claire was a bombshell. She'd been busy. Her team had started the financial discovery process, and what they'd unearthed made the IVF money theft look like petty cash. "Mr. Dale didn't just drain your IVF fund, Violet," Claire said, her expression serious as she slid a document across the desk. "About 6 months ago, he took out a home equity line of credit, a HELOC, on your jointly owned property for $75,000. I stared at the paper, my vision blurring. "A HELOC? But I never signed anything for that. We talked about it once years ago as an emergency fund, but we decided against it." "Indeed," Claire said, tapping a section of the document. "The application lists both your names, and here," she pointed, "is what purports to be your signature." I leaned closer. It was a passable forgery, close enough to my actual signature to fool a cursory glance, but definitely not mine. The slant was wrong, the loop on the T too pronounced. My blood ran cold. He'd forged my signature on a loan application that put our home at risk. This 75,000, I stammered, my mind reeling. Was this also for Vera? Claire nodded grimly. "Our preliminary investigation suggests a significant portion, if not all, went to cover a previous, rather substantial gambling debt she incurred. It seems the 50,000 from your IVF fund was merely the most recent, and perhaps most desperate, attempt to keep her afloat. 75,000 plus 50,000. $125,000 stolen, deceived, my signature forged. The scale of his betrayal was staggering, a bottomless pit opening beneath me. He hadn't just been weak and easily manipulated by his family. He had actively, deliberately, and criminally defrauded me for months. He lied to me for months, I whispered, the words catching in my throat. He watched me inject myself with hormones, cry over negative pregnancy tests, pour my heart and soul into saving for this baby, all while he was secretly draining our assets for her. It appears so, Claire said, her voice gentle but firm. This changes things, Violet. Forgery is a serious offense. This strengthens our case considerably, not just for the divorce settlement, but potentially for criminal charges should you wish to pursue them. I felt a wave of nausea, criminal charges, against my husband, the man I had loved, the man I had planned to build a life with, but the man I thought he was clearly had never existed. Meanwhile, Vera was living it up. Her social media was a nauseating parade of pre-engagement bliss. Photos of a ridiculously large diamond ring. He went to Jared, she gushed in a caption, as if that were a mark of discernment. Pictures of her and Jarvis, her new fiancé, clinking champagne glasses at expensive restaurants. Posts about venue shopping for their lavish engagement party, each option more ostentatious than the last. All of it, I now realize, funded by Dale's generosity, my money, our equity. The audacity was breathtaking. She was flaunting a lifestyle bought with the wreckage of my dreams. A few days later, my phone rang. It was Angelina. Her voice was syrupy sweet, a tone that always set my teeth on edge. "Violet, dear," she cooed, "I was just calling to see how you are. Dale said you were a little upset the other day, but I'm sure you've come around. Family is so important, isn't it?" I gripped the phone, my knuckles white. "I'm managing, Angelina." "Good, good, because Vera's just over the moon. This Jarvis, he's such a wonderful young man, from a very good family, you know. She's so lucky to have found him." A pointed pause. "We were all thinking of chipping in for a lovely engagement gift, something really special. Dale mentioned he'd handle his part. What were you thinking of contributing, dear?" My mind flashed to the forged signature, the empty IVF account, the mountain of debt Dale had accrued in Vera's name, all while I was planning for a child. A cold, hard fury settled in my chest, eclipsing the nausea. I took a slow, deliberate breath. "Actually, Angelina," I said, my voice surprisingly steady, even a little bright, "I have something very special planned for Vera's engagement, something she'll never forget." "Oh, how lovely," Angelina chirped, completely oblivious to the Arctic chill beneath my words. "I knew you'd come through. Dale will be so pleased you're finally being supportive." Supportive. I almost laughed. Oh, I was going to be supportive, all right. Supportive of justice, supportive of consequences. The engagement party was looking more and more like the perfect stage. The days leading up to Vera's engagement party were a master class in duplicity. My duplicity. I went to work, met my deadlines, even managed a few strained smiles for colleagues. At home, I made dinner, asked Dale about his day, listened to him drone on about spreadsheets and office politics. He seemed to genuinely believe the storm had passed, that my earlier distress had been a temporary blip. He was more affectionate, more attentive, probably out of some misguided sense of guilt mixed with relief that I hadn't, in his mind, completely lost it. "You seem better, Vi," he said one evening as I was loading the dishwasher. "More like yourself." "Just tired, I guess," I replied, offering a weak smile. "It's been a lot." I know," he said, patting my arm. "But this party will be good. A fresh start for Vera, and maybe for us too, eh? Time to look forward." Forward. The only thing I was looking forward to was the look on his face when his world imploded. Claire and I were in constant clandestine communication. She confirmed the asset freeze was primed, ready to be triggered with a single phone call from me. The legal documents, divorce papers, the lawsuit detailing the HELOC fraud and demanding full restitution, the naming of Vera in a civil conspiracy charge, were drawn up, notarized, and waiting. We had copies of the forged HELOC application, bank statements tracing the flow of money, everything meticulously organized. There were a few close calls that made my heart hammer against my ribs. One afternoon, Dale came home unexpectedly early while I was on a video call with Claire. I slammed my laptop shut just as he walked into the home office, my face flushed. "Everything all right?" he asked, eyeing the closed laptop. "You look flustered." "Oh, just a difficult client," I improvised, my mind racing. "You know how it is. Surprise deadlines." He seemed to accept it, but his gaze lingered on the laptop for a moment too long. Another time, he almost saw an email notification from Claire pop up on my phone screen. I managed to swipe it away, feigning a sudden coughing fit to distract him. The stress was a constant gnawing thing. Sleep became a luxury, snatched in short, restless bursts. My appetite vanished, but every time I felt my resolve waver, every time a pang of what-if doubt surfaced, I'd picture Vera's smug, gloating face, her hand artfully draped to show off that blood diamond of a ring. I'd remember Angelina's dismissive tone, calling me selfish, and most vividly I'd see Dale's bland assumption that I would just forgive, that I would absorb this monumental betrayal and carry on. That image more than anything fueled the icy fire in my veins. Samara was my lifeline. We met for coffee in discreet cafes far from my neighborhood, or talked in hushed tones on the phone when I was sure Dale was out of earshot. "Are you sure you can go through with this, Vi?" she asked one afternoon, her brow furrowed with concern. "At the party? It's going to be explosive." "That's the point, Samara," I said, stirring my latte with a steady hand. "They wanted a celebration. I'll give them one they'll talk about for years. They built their happiness on my misery, on stolen dreams. It's time for a public accounting." "Just be careful," she urged. "People like that, when cornered, they can get nasty." "I'm counting on it," I said, a grim little smile playing on my lips. "Claire has prepared me for every eventuality." The week dragged on. Dell was increasingly excited about the party, talking about his suit, about the speech he was apparently planning to give. He was proud, genuinely proud, of saving Vera and facilitating her grand engagement. He seemed to see himself as the benevolent family patriarch, solving problems, making everyone happy. The delusion was almost pitiable if it hadn't been so deeply offensive. Then, 2 days before the party, my phone buzzed with a text message. It was Vera. Attached was a photo of the ridiculously opulent ballroom they'd booked for the engagement party. Crystal chandeliers, velvet drapes, a dance floor big enough for 100 people. The accompanying text read, "Can't wait to celebrate with family. Hope you're not still being difficult, Violet. Dale says you've calmed down. See you Saturday. XOXO, Vera." Difficult, calmed down. The sheer unadulterated audacity of it. I stared at the photo, at her breezy, entitled message. My fingers tightened around the phone. Oh, she would see me Saturday, and she would learn in no uncertain terms just how calmed down I truly was. The stage was almost set. Friday, the eve of justice. The air in our house felt thick with an unspoken tension, though only I seemed to be aware of its source. Dale was practically bouncing off the walls, a caricature of festive cheer. He'd picked up his suit from the dry cleaner, a sleek charcoal gray number that he paraded in front of the bedroom mirror. "What do you think, Vi?" he asked, striking a pose. "Sharp, right? Got to look the part for the big speech." "Very sharp, Dale," I said, my voice a carefully constructed monotone. I was sitting on the edge of the bed, ostensibly reading a book, but the words on the page were just a blur. My mind was a whirlwind of checklists and contingency plans. "This party is going to be amazing," He continued adjusting his tie, though he wasn't wearing a shirt. Vera deserves this, you know, after everything she's been through. And Jarvis seems like a decent guy, solid. This is a real turning point for her. He paused, then looked at me, his expression softening into something almost earnest. And for us too, maybe. Once all this celebration stuff is over, we can refocus. Start saving again for, you know, our family. I looked up from my book, meeting his gaze. The casual way he spoke of saving again, as if the $50,000 he'd pilfered, not to mention the $75,000 from the HELOC, would just magically reappear, was astounding. As if the deep gaping wound he'd carved into our life, into my life, could be patched over with a few platitudes and a new savings plan. A chilling calm had settled over me. It was different from the icy rage of the initial discovery. This was a focused, almost serene state of readiness. Every document was triple-checked and securely stored with Claire. The process server was confirmed, briefed on exactly when and how to make his entrance. Claire had walked me through the likely reactions, the potential fallout, the immediate next steps. I knew my lines, my role. The mask of the supportive, if slightly subdued wife was firmly in place. Maybe, I said, offering a small, non-committal smile. He beamed, taking my response as agreement. That's the spirit. It's all going to work out, Vi. You'll see. Later that evening, I went through the motions of picking out an outfit for the party. Dale watched me, offering unsolicited advice. That blue dress is nice, shows off your eyes. Or maybe something a bit more festive? It's a party after all. I settled on a simple, elegant black sheath dress, understated but powerful, like a judge's robe, I thought. With a flicker of dark humor, I laid it out on the bed, along with a pair of classic black heels and a discreet clutch, just large enough for my phone and a few essentials, but not so large as to look out of place. Samara called, her voice a nervous whisper. You okay? D-Day -1. I'm good, Sam, I said, surprised by how steady my own voice sounded. Strangely calm, actually. It's like all the anger has burned away and what's left is just purpose. You're my hero, you know that? She said. Seriously, most people would just crumble or scream and shout and then eventually give in. I think I did crumble for a bit, I admitted. But then I looked at what was left and I decided to rebuild on my own terms, with a wrecking ball for a foundation if necessary. We talked for a few more minutes, her words a comforting balm of support. After we hung up, I stood in the quiet of the bedroom, the black dress a stark silhouette against the pale comforter. Tomorrow, the charade would end. Tomorrow, the carefully constructed world of Dale, Vera, and Angelina would come crashing down. As we got ready for bed, Dale was still humming, full of nervous excitement for the next day. He wrapped his arms around me from behind, nuzzling my neck. This is going to be great, Vi, he murmured against my skin. A real fresh start for everyone. I leaned back against him, my body stiff, unresponsive. He didn't seem to notice, or if he did, he attributed it to my usual reserve. He kissed me good night, a light, confident brush of his lips against mine. Tomorrow will be great, Vi. You'll see. I turned to face him in the dim light, forcing a small smile. I'm sure it will be unforgettable, Dale. He chuckled, pulling the covers up. That's the plan. He had no idea at all how true those words were. Unforgettable. Yes, that was precisely what it was going to be. The ballroom was even more ostentatious in person than Vera's filtered photos had suggested. Crystal chandeliers dripped from the ceiling like frozen waterfalls, casting a glittering, slightly harsh light over the assembled guests. A string quartet sawed away in one corner, their classical music barely audible above the cacophony of chatter and forced laughter. Waiters circulated with trays of champagne and tiny, unidentifiable canapes. It reeked of unearned luxury, of money spent with careless abandon. My money, our home's equity. Vera was the undisputed queen of the hour, resplendent in a sequined gown that probably cost more than my monthly mortgage payment. Her arm was looped possessively through that of her fiancé, Jarvis, a blandly handsome man with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. She preened under the attention, her laughter loud and frequent, her hand constantly fluttering to her chest to draw attention to the enormous diamond. Dale was in his element, beaming like a proud father. He glad-handed guests accepted congratulations on Vera's behalf and generally basked in the reflected glory. Angelina, draped in a garish purple dress, held court near the overflowing buffet table, regaling a captive audience of distant relatives with tales of Vera's wonderful catch. I moved through the room like a ghost, a polite smile fixed on my face, accepting air kisses and offering murmured congratulations. Inside, I was a coiled spring, every nerve ending thrumming with anticipation. Claire's final instructions echoed in my mind. Let them get comfortable. Let them feel secure. The higher they are, the harder they fall. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of small talk and forced smiles, Dale tapped a champagne flute with a spoon, calling for attention. The string quartet faded out. A hush fell over the room. "Friends, family," Dale began, his voice booming slightly too loud in the sudden silence. He raised his glass. "Tonight, we celebrate a truly joyous occasion. My wonderful sister Vera and her fantastic fiancé Jarvis. It's a testament to love, to new beginnings, and to the enduring strength of family." He looked directly at Vera, his eyes shining with pride. "Vera, I've always known you were destined for great things. And Jarvis, welcome to the family, son. We're thrilled to have you." He was about to continue, probably with some platitude about how family always supports each other, when a figure detached himself from the edge of the room, a man in a nondescript suit, carrying two thick manila envelopes. He moved with quiet purpose, heading straight for Dale. This was it. The process server, exactly as Claire had described, reached Dale and, with a polite but firm "Mr. Dale," handed him the first envelope. Dale looked confused, his smile faltering. The man then turned, located Vera in the crowd, and handed her the second envelope. "Miss Vera?" The music had completely stopped. All eyes were on Dale and Vera. A confused murmur rippled through the guests. Dale tore open his envelope. His face, just moments before ruddy with celebratory cheer, began to drain of all color. His eyes scanned the first page, then the second. His jaw went slack. I could see the words from across the room, even if I couldn't read them. Petition for dissolution of marriage. And beneath that, notice of immediate freeze on assets, followed by a detailed list that included our house, our joint accounts, and a demand for the full repayment of $125,000 in misappropriated funds, specifically citing the IVF money and the fraudulently obtained HELOC. Vera, looking bewildered, opened hers. Her eyes widened in disbelief, then horror. She was named as a co-defendant in the civil suit for conspiracy to defraud. Angelina, sensing disaster, started to push her way through the crowd. "What is this? What's going on?" she demanded, her voice shrill. Then Jarvis, Vera's wonderful fiancé, stepped forward, his bland smile replaced by an expression of outrage. He snatched the papers from Vera's trembling hand. "This is ridiculous!" he shouted, his voice ringing through the stunned silence. "Vera told me you agreed to help her, Dale. She said Violet was fine with it. We were counting on that money for our future, too, for the down payment on our house." A collective gasp went through the room. His parents, a well-dressed older couple standing near the gift table, looked utterly horrified. Jarvis's admission, his open confession that he knew the money was, at best, dubiously obtained and that he was banking on it, hung in the air like a toxic cloud. So much for the good family. He was just another grifter, hitching his wagon to Vera's star, or rather to Dale's willingness to steal for her. Amidst the growing chaos, Vera finally found her voice. It was a shriek, high-pitched and furious, directed entirely at Dale. "You promised," she screamed, her face contorted with rage. "You promised this wouldn't happen. You promised she'd just roll over and accept it. You said she always does." Dale didn't respond. He couldn't. He was staring at me, his face a mask of dawning comprehension. For the first time, he wasn't seeing the quiet, accommodating Violet he'd taken for granted for so long. He was seeing the woman he had catastrophically underestimated. I met his gaze, my own cold and unwavering. The polite smile was gone, replaced by a steely resolve. "You chose your family, Dale," I said, my voice clear and carrying easily in the sudden shocked silence. "Now I'm choosing my future." The fallout from Vera's unforgettable celebration was swift and brutal. The engagement party ended not with a champagne toast, but with Angelina's hysterics, Vera's sobbing accusations, and Jarvis's parents practically dragging him out of the ballroom by his ear, their faces masks of fury and embarrassment. The other guests melted away, whispering amongst themselves, eager to dissect the drama from a safe distance. Claire, true to her word, had insulated me from the immediate mess. The asset freeze held firm. The locks on the house were changed the very next day. Dale, with nowhere else to go and no access to funds, was forced to move into Angelina's spare room, a fittingly ironic twist. I could only imagine the atmosphere in that house. Vera's engagement to Jarvis imploded spectacularly. His "we were counting on that money" outburst had been witnessed by too many people. His family, keen to distance themselves from the Bryant brand of financial ethics, issued a terse statement severing all ties. Vera was left with a canceled wedding, a mountain of fresh debt from the party itself, and the looming legal repercussions of the civil suit. Her gambling debts, once Dale's problem, were now solely hers. The legal battle was, as Claire had predicted, contentious, but ultimately one-sided. The evidence of the forged HELOC was irrefutable. Dale's attempts to paint himself as a victim of Vera's manipulation fell flat against the cold, hard proof of his deliberate actions. Angelina tried to intervene, calling Claire's office repeatedly with threats and pleas, but Claire handled her with icy professionalism. In the end, the settlement was significantly in my favor. I recovered the entirety of the IVF funds and a substantial portion of the equity Dale had siphoned off through the HELOC. The house, tainted by too many bad memories, was sold as part of the divorce agreement. The proceeds, after settling the remaining mortgage and legal fees, left me with a comfortable nest egg, financial security. It was a strange feeling after years of scrimping and saving for a dream that had turned into a nightmare. The dream of a child with Dale was dead, of course. That was the hardest part. There was a deep, aching sadness for that loss, for the future I had envisioned, the little phantom hands I'd imagined holding. That grief was real, and I knew it would take time to process. But intertwined with the sadness was a fierce, undeniable pride in my own strength. I hadn't just rolled over. I hadn't just accepted. I had fought back. The revenge, as public and devastating as it was, had been satisfying. Not in a gleeful, vindictive way, but in the way that seeing justice served can be. It was a necessary rebalancing of the scales. They had chosen their path, made their decisions, and now they were living with the consequences. Karma, as they say, can be a real piece of work. I started therapy, something I probably should have done years ago. Talking through the betrayal, the anger, the grief with a neutral third party was incredibly healing. Samara remained my rock, always ready with a sympathetic ear or a much-needed dose of outrage on my behalf. "So, what now?" she asked me one afternoon as we sat in my new, much smaller but entirely mine apartment, surrounded by unpacked boxes. I looked around at the blank walls, the unfamiliar view from the window. It wasn't the life I had planned, not by a long shot, but it was a life, a new beginning. "Now," I said, taking a sip of my tea, "I figure out what Violet wants. Just Violet." The thought of dating again felt miles away, but the idea of family in some form still flickered. Maybe fostering someday, maybe adoption as a single parent, or maybe just finding peace and purpose in my own independence, in my work, in my friendships. The options felt open, less defined by someone else's desires and deceptions. I didn't hear much directly from Dale or his family after the divorce was finalized. Snippets would filter through mutual acquaintances. Dale struggling to find a new job with a financial fraud judgment hanging over him. Vera working a string of low-paying retail gigs, her former lavish lifestyle a distant memory. Angelina, bitter and isolated, her social circle having shrunk considerably after the public humiliation. Their lives, once propped up by deceit and entitlement, had unraveled. That was their karma. My revenge hadn't brought back the stolen years or the lost dream of a baby with the man I thought I knew, but it had brought closure. It had brought justice. And most importantly, it had brought me freedom. Freedom to heal, freedom to rebuild, freedom to define my own future on my own terms. The price of their dreams had been my devastation. The cost of my karma was their reckoning. And as I looked out at the city skyline from my new window, I felt a quiet, resilient hope. I was stronger, wiser, and ready for whatever came next.